Your children will love it, and you will be happy that you made that investment in them. But listen to this. We have a very special offer for you, family. This 10-month homeschool program usually goes for $50 per month, but for a limited time, you will pay only $30 per month. And hear this, not $3, but $200 for the full academic year if you decide to take the full year package. This is a worthy investment in your young ones. To enroll today, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com for more information. Also, feel free to ask us for a sample, a free sample of our classes. Once again, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Blessed love. You're listening to Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vibrations. I'm Raven Geary. Today on our program, one of the hottest properties making the talk show circuit, Scheherazade Ali. An established writer indeed, Miss Ali is best known as the author of The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. A very controversial and, if I may say so, a very critical view of life of today's black woman. She joins us today in our studio, and of course we'd like to welcome you today to Vibrations.
Well, thank you, Raven, for inviting me.
Basically, it's your premise that the black woman is out of sync with the natural order of things. Can you explain that?
Well, it's a very sensitive subject, and certainly I believe that I have tried to approach it from a very sensitive angle. What I have actually said is that the black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the black man is a direct cause of the breakdown in the black family structure. It's not an attack on us as black women. It's just saying that in the breakdown of any relationship, both parties have to take responsibility. And as black women, we have been protected and insulated from any kind of examination about what our share of the responsibility is in the breakdown of the black family. My book represents the first platform, certainly, that the black man has ever had to air his grievances about the black woman, because no one would ever listen to him. They have only listened to us.
Can you tell us a little bit about the book itself? What brought you to this point of having to sit down and use your pen to write this book?
Well, actually, it was my first book. In 1985, I authored How Not to Eat Pork or Life Without the Pig. And at that time, I was going around doing what I was calling Get Off That Hog lectures. And during my travels, I noted that I would take the microscope and show people how you can't kill the trichina worm in pork by cooking it. Heat was not destroying the worm, and I would show them, the difference, and demonstrate how FDA was now using radiation to try to kill the worms in pork because cooking was not working, which is what we had always been told. And during that time, a lot of black men were in agreement to get off eating pork. They wanted to change their eating habits, and they were happy to find out some information that might possibly save their lives. But it was black women who were the most adamant, who refused to change meal planning techniques, seasoning food, cooking techniques. And so I said, that's interesting. I said, if we are refusing to provide the black man with the proper physical food when we know that food is what sustains life, then what else are we withholding from him? Possibly there are some other areas, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, that we are affecting his behavior by what we do or what we withhold and refuse to give. And that led me to try to find out. We've always heard that the black man leaves the black family, abandons his woman and children, won't take care of the children, won't work, out all night, turns into a drunk, takes drugs. We've heard a lot of negative things. Most of them are true. But I wanted to find out what happens before he gets to that point. what leads up to the breakdown. We've never gone back to try to find out what happens in the relationship between the black man and a black woman that makes him go off and do all of these bad things. To assume that this is just normal, natural behavior for black men would be to assume that he is naturally bad. And I do not believe that the man that God gave to us as a mate is a naturally bad person. And so I wanted to try to examine what goes on with him. What's his side of the story?
Did a black man ask you to write this book?
Oh, no, certainly not. I think they were just as surprised as black women. Many of them approached the title of the book with a little apprehension because they have not had a champion. We have never had a black woman who actually stood up and said, I'm standing up for the black man's side of the story. We know what our side is, and both sides are true. We have done some very dreadful things to each other. And I don't exonerate black men, which is kind of a misconception that people have. I just say that we know his side. What about our side? And we do have a side. We have adopted some wrong standards. We are judging our men many times by the wrong value system. We are using his children sometimes against him. We have been told that the only benefit that a black man provides in a home is money, and if he does not give us money to take care of those kinds of financial provisions, that he has no value. And what my research has proven to me is that a black man, any man in any home provides much more than financial support. The man provides guidance, instruction, discipline for the children, which we sorely need in our black homes. He provides gratification, fulfillment, protection. I mean, there's so many other values, and these values are the ones that are missing in our children today, which is why many black children are in the street, out of control themselves, disrespectful, don't have any regard for anyone. And most of us are scared of them, and everybody else is, because nobody has a way into them to try to gain any control over them. So I maintain that a return to traditional family values, certain clearly defined gender responsibilities for black men and black women in running a home and a relationship will help us to produce a better child. And if we produce a better child, certainly we'll have a better future and a better nation.
And saying all of this, and as calling yourself a champion and having, if I may say, the courage to write this book and stand by it, you've caused a stir. This book is very controversial. What are you hearing from public reaction?
Well, I don't think that it's an issue among black women about whether or not the book is true or not. The issue is that I was not supposed to tell. These are inside secrets and things that we have never let our men know about. And many times what is that we say? He can't handle me. Well, many times he can't handle us because he doesn't know what it is he's trying to handle. He doesn't understand what motivates us. We have become very adept, many of us, at being able to do something right in front of his eyes and then convince him that that's not what he really saw at all and that it didn't happen. And so we've kept him kind of confused.
Excuse me. Do you realize that there are many bookstores, and in particular black bookstores, that have refused to carry the Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman?
I think that that's been overblown. Right now, the book is carried in over 5,000 bookstores here in this country, and about 2,000 abroad. The book is becoming a bestseller in London, and to date we only know of 2 bookstores in the entire country who refuse to carry the book.
May I tell you that there is at least one in Tallahassee.
There may be, but they're lost if they're doing that.
The response we got from that book owner was that your book had nothing, absolutely nothing constructive.
Was that a woman who gave you those comments?
Yes, it was.
Oh, how surprising. Okay.
Let's talk about some of the things that seem to be upsetting people that people are talking
there
about.
certainly have been a lot of things taken out of context. Anyone who's ever looked at me or seen, witness some of the talk shows, they actually exploit a lot of issues. They take them out of context. They want to sensationalize them to build up their ratings to have a good show. So I really appreciate this opportunity to just sit down and have a fireside chat about the book.
Well, I'm glad
without
you're here.
all the fireworks and everything.
You say black women, and I quote you as saying, nag, 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 and that we are essentially responsible for pushing our men away by doing so.
A lot of times we take a position because of our own emotional mechanisms. We harass our men too much. We nag our men too much, and we keep his mind and his head so bundled up and bogged down with all of our personal idiosyncrasies about our day-to-day personal relationship with him that a lot of times we don't free his mind up to go out and to plan sanely for our future and for the future of our children. Many of them come to us every day and they almost have to do a wind test. They don't know what's going on. They don't know who they're going to meet because we have a lot of reactions. We tend to think as black women that a successful relationship and one where we're happy is one where everything goes our way. And the first time it goes another kind of a way, then we go into hell, turmoil in our brain, and we start deciding, oh, I've got terrible problems with this man. He won't do what I want him to do. When our men have a side.
Let me give that side according to Scheherazade Ali, okay? You say in your book,
okay, let's get
and I'm quoting
Come
you,
on.
okay? The black man in America is the only male on earth, including every continent, who is disrespected by the women in his nation.
That's true.
This situation does not exist anyplace else among the billions of people inhabiting our planet except here in America.
That's right.
The other black men, the yellow men, the red men, the brown men, and the white men are all honored and respected by their respective nations. All other women recognize and accept that the man is the authority, the ruler, and the leader. Only here in the United States, in the black nation, scattered throughout the United States, is the black man neglected. That's pretty powerful.
And it's absolutely true. We have been displaced. A lot of us don't really understand what slavery actually did to us and how much psychological trauma it did to us regarding what our proper roles are with each other, what our responsibilities are as man and woman in our various communities and relationships. We have never been debriefed from slavery. Not really. We have just, we know we had that history, but we don't know how it affected us. We don't know how much of our actual culture we lost, how much of our ideas were taken from us. We know that our religion was taken from us. We know that our names were taken from us. But we don't know how many other standards of day-to-day life have been removed. And while we have adopted the American way of doing things, they have not worked for us because we have a very special situation. We are not the same as everyone else. And a lot of the people who want us to pretend that slavery didn't exist or to forget about it, they've never been a slave. So they don't know what we're going through. They don't know what this has done to us. It has made us as black women insecure.
Why not? Well, okay, if that's true, why not take up for us? Why not write something that says we need that?
We've had everybody to take up for us, and we've always had books about black women, how great and how strong we are, and we are that. I'm just saying that we have used our strength in the wrong direction. We have used it against our men instead of standing up for them. And if we start to support our men and to speak a good word for him publicly, then so many people won't be able to come against him and tear him down. And he won't have to feel so frustrated, and he won't be outside away from us looking for peace of mind with women of other nationalities, because we actually want our own black man. We need him back in our homes, and we want to have one. We're just living in a culture where they're trying to convince us that not only do we not need a man, but there are some other options to having one. And those options mainly are celibacy or lesbianism.
There's an old saying that says, charity begins at home and spreads abroad. And
Absolutely.
In your book you say that we are not bringing up our daughters and our sons in a correct manner to respect their fathers.
No, we're not. Unfortunately, as I say, since money has been used as the measure, many times if a black man does not have money to give us, we won't even let him see his children. We won't let him spend any time with it because he does not give us whatever the child support is. And I'm not saying that we don't need money to raise a child, but I try to explain to black women that raising a child consists of much more than feeding, clothing, and sheltering it. That's maintaining one. To raise one, you need a return of the parental coalition of the father and the mother to put the proper values into the child. Many of our boys, when we raise them alone, they grow up with the female emotional mechanism. They are suspicious, they are doubtful, they're disrespectful of womanhood, they are bitchy, they can't make a decision. And many of our girls who grow up in a home where there's no man present, they go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have any idea how to live with a man day to day, how to prepare a proper meal, how to be a mother, how to just be in love in the home. Most of what our people and our children especially have learned about how you have a relationship, they learned off of television. And television doesn't represent our needs. And so a lot of the confusion has come, from outside agencies that we have not recognized just how detrimental it has been to us as a people.
Can I play devil's advocate for just a moment?
Well, I wish you wouldn't, but I know you must. Go on.
What if I am a good wife, his home is clean, his kids are fed, I'm making sure they're well educated. I help them with their homework. I'm a good lover in bed. I help him with the finances. And I say, look at that. He still took a walk.
Well, that's something else that's been confused about my book. I advise black men and black women. I certainly tell men that if you are with a woman who you have been with for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, 6 months, 2 weeks, whatever it is, and that woman refuses to cooperate with your ideas, does not want to get with your program of right, whatever it is, then I tell those men, get rid of that woman and get another one. And I tell black women the same thing. If you are with a man that you cannot be in agreement with, then get rid of him and get with a man that you can be in agreement with. If the man you're with is not treating you the way that you want him to, and you feel that you have put in enough time to demonstrate your commitment and your sincerity of efforts to try to make the relationship work, I don't tell people to just stay in that relationship. I'm trying to teach us that we waste a lot of time being angry with each other and being dissatisfied in relationships. Get out of it and get with one where you can be happy.
You say that the black woman would like to be a clone of the white woman.
Many of us, yes. That's unfortunate.
How do you see that?
Well, that's something that was almost accidental, I'd have to say. See, the white woman has been the only mentor that we have had of a female. We've seen her every day of our life on television, every magazine, every newspaper, every commercial. You know, it's just been her face, her body, her image, whatever it has been in front of us. And so today we have the results of that. We have black women who are trying to dye their hair blonde, who are wearing blue and green contacts in their eyes, you know, who wear tons and tons of layers of makeup, who have changed their voice, who have hair weaves so they can have flowing long hair blowing in the wind, you know, like Brooke Shields or somebody, you know. And so that's been an accident. And as a result of us doing that, we have also adopted the women's liberation movement goals of wanting to be liberated from the man and have some kind of pseudo-equality, when while that may be true of the white woman and her plight with the white man, that's not really the black woman's business, because we haven't been under the control of the black man for over 500 years. So what do we have to be liberated from him from?
But is there something wrong with trying to make yourself look better or more
well,
appealing?
it depends on what standard you're using as being the goal of looking better. You know, if we think to look better is to put on a ton of makeup and have blue eyes, then there's something wrong with that, you know. But if we think that to look better is to certainly get a better spirit in our heart and to work every day to become a better wife, a better mother, better friend, better sister, then those values and attributes alone will make us more beautiful than we are now.
How do you feel about the fact that many people accuse you of wanting to see the black woman at a point of submission? Is that where you want to see a black woman in the 1990s?
Well, it depends on how you define submission. Those words have a tendency to have a negative connotation for us because of how they were used against us during slavery and what we connect them to. But actually, the kind of submission that I'm referring to just means cooperation and agreement. I don't think that anybody could say that I represent a woman who is subjugated in any kind of way. I don't think that anybody could say that my personality sounds like some man has me somewhere crawling around on the ground or walking 10 paces behind him. So I'm not representing that. I'm representing strength. I'm saying that we have a lot of power. We have power to make heaven and hell for our men. And I'm saying, let's try making heaven. Let's try to build him up. If a man has his woman behind him, he will believe he can do anything. And all we need to do is to get our men to believe that they can do anything. And he'll be able to, you know, do much better than he's doing now and come out of the pitiful condition he's in. As I said, I'm not exonerating him. I'm just saying that all of that strength that we have, let's use it in a more positive way instead of just going for self. You know, nobody told us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation and loneliness. But that's what we had to trade for that. In order to have certain kinds of success, we had to give up the man because we can't find a man who will compete with us on that level. As I said, we say he can't handle us or he's intimidated by the fact I make more money than him. I think that by judging our men on how much money he makes, we have lost a lot of good men. Because as black women, if we decide that all of us are going to just determine whether or not we're going to have a man based on how much money he makes, then won't none of us have no man. Because most black men don't have no money.
There are many men
not a lot of money.
There are many men out there who don't want a woman.
That's absolutely true.
Who is not gainfully employed.
That's
just
true.
Works both ways.
And one of the things that I have always explained about that, Raven, is that for my lectures, which you know I do all over the country so I can, give black people some ease and take some of the hysteria out of our communities that the book seems to have caused. I have security guards, not because of black women. We're going to do just what we do. We're going to fuss and we're going to cuss or do a little something, you know. But I have it because of black men. Because the black man's guide to understand the black woman puts the black man on point. And it reminds him what he has allowed to happen to his woman and his family. Many black men become intimidated. They don't want to take responsibility for their women. They don't want the challenge. They don't want to be put on point. So they become overwhelmed. And it's them that go off. That's why I have security. Because most men know that this book puts the black man on point. It just talks about what slavery has done to the black woman, but it's really telling him what he has allowed to happen.
Let's go back to the book for just a moment. According to you, there are 3 types of black women.
Yeah, they overlap a little bit.
Can you define it just very briefly for us?
Well, we have, I kind of number them, I think, as 1, 2, and 3, and I would call them lower class, middle level, and so-called upper class, you know, and we certainly have to acknowledge that we have those levels in our society. We see them every day. That is not a put down to recognize that we have a lower class woman who perhaps lives on the street, who is an alcoholic, a bum, you know, who is outdoors, who is subject to abject poverty as a lack of, because of a lack of education, proper training and personal hygiene and other kinds of information. She exists, and we need to reach her and try to raise her up differently, because many of these women have children, and we have to be responsible for them. We have the mid-class women who are the number 2s, and they're kind of average. They try to do better than the lower level. And of course we have the number 3 class, which is the so-called successful, you know, black woman who is tripping about the fact that she generally has a big job and a credit card or something, you know.
Don't you want to see black women accomplish something?
Yes, I absolutely do. But if we can't accomplish saving our race, then we have not made an accomplishment. We are looking at our man become endangered. He's already endangered. Over 60% of us are single, widowed, separated, or divorced as of last year. And so we're not together. And there is one monolith in the black community, Raven. If we don't reproduce children, then our nation, our race is going to die out here. And so we sometimes tend to look at black men and say, yeah, they're in this bad condition, and we act like they're going to die out and we're going to live on. But that's not the way it's going to go. If the black man dies, all of us are going to die, because he actually is the backbone of our nation. We can't produce a baby by ourselves, and going into other nationalities still just erases, you know, our nation. And I'm trying to get us not to do that.
You have problems with interracial marriages.
Yeah, I'm not for that. Well, because of the fact that I think that God made a male and female of every nationality so that they could mate and reproduce. And I think in our particular case, a lot of us try to run to what I call race denial by trying to marry into other nationalities to try to get away from our own heritage. Many black women do that, and certainly many black men do that. So I'm trying to get them to get back together and stop trying to marry and go into other races and infiltrate them with some of the nonsense that we bring as a result of our sad slavery history.
What if a woman says to you, well, I was alone, and he came to me at a very vulnerable point in my life, whether he's Hispanic or from the Middle East, or he's
Caucasian,
white, and Caucasian, doesn't matter. And she just says, he came to me at a very vulnerable point in my life, Scheherazade, and he's good to me, and he takes care of me.
It's not necessary for people to confess to me. I tell people all the time, I'm not taking a poll. This book is about self-examination and personal development. And if after reading this book, she thinks that she is still in the right place, then I don't have any control over that. I'm not out here as a judge. As I said, I haven't set myself up to say I'm the perfect black woman. Everyone should be about me. I have the same problems that all the rest of y'all got. I'm just trying to work with it, and this book is so brutally honest. We've never had anybody just straight talk to us about our personal problems, what happens inside the black home after the door is closed. And we have had a tendency to think that it's some kind of secret, that nobody recognizes, that we don't get along. And we tend to think that somebody is going to pick this book up from some other nationality and think that all black women are like the women that I describe in this book. That's totally impossible, because the things that I describe are visible and they're audible. You can see them, or you can hear them. So nobody's going to mistakenly think you do these things if they don't see them or hear them coming out of your mouth or out of your actions. You know, so there's no danger of people thinking that all of us do this.
Scheherazade, there are a lot of women out there who think You don't like us. You don't like black women.
Oh, yes, I do. I love black women. I'm a black woman myself. I have 5 daughters, 4 sisters, so that would, be ridiculous of anybody to assume that. As I said, we have just never had anybody challenge us on our behavior. We've never had anybody to say, well, let's look at what we do. We know what he does, and he's wrong in a lot of what he does. But his wrongness, his guilt, does not ensure our innocence. We have a share in the problems that we have in the black community. And just because we're dressed up and have a job does not mean that we don't practice some aberrant behaviors that end up infecting our homes and breaking up our relationships with our men and helping to hold him down. That's all I'm saying. So everyone can look at themselves. Every man can look at his own woman. This book has brought a lot of people together. This book has reunited a lot of couples who now understand what happened in their relationship. It's required reading in 15 historically black colleges and 10 white colleges. Everyone must study what slavery did to the black woman. We have never looked at it as an independent study.
May I ask you, on what do you base your information?
Just research. Being a black woman myself, living here in the country, and I interviewed over 3,000 people. I interviewed 379 black men who were married to or dating white women, over 100 black women who were married to or dating white men, and a little over 2,000 black men and over 1,000 black women. And what I found is that we don't have a control group. There was no point in me listing all of their names because we don't have one set of Negroes that we could point at and say, okay, well, this particular group is not affected by slavery. All of us are affected by it. We just have not been able to identify the manifestation of that behavior and be able to trace it back to what the root was and how we got that way. A lot of the behavior we practice because it's trendy, it's popular in this country, and so we think that that's just the thing to do.
Do you fault the black man for anything?
Yes, absolutely.
Briefly,
I fault
what?
him for lying.
For lying?
Yes.
About?
All kinds of things. He won't tell us the truth about his life because he knows that we can't handle the truth. And so he will lie to us about his activities and his life because it preserves the peace for him, he thinks. But we know that lies don't build a relationship. They create doubt, suspicion, and fear. And then we exhibit those behavior traits. And fear in the female is always translated as hostility. And so, see, it's a locked-in circle that I'm trying to get us to look at, how these things are connected and what they produce. A lot of the anger and frustration we have at each other is really not even at each other. It's about our conditions. It's about something that's almost been genetically sent down through our womb because our men were not able to protect us. They were not able to keep the slave master from snatching our babies out of our womb, to allow us to have food or clothing. A lot of different kinds of things that happen to us that just make us tremble. They make us frightened. And so now it's to a point where everything that the man does, we have our total emotional balance, our self-esteem, our self-respect, everything that we stand for as a female, we have it tied right now to our men's genitals. And it depends on what he does with those about whether or not
Let's talk about that for just a moment.
See, this is an intense topic.
Yes,
I just never get a chance to explain
One thing that I read over and over again in your book was
I know what that is.
regarding infidelity. And let me just make this here. You say in your book, there is no history of the black man settling down with one woman and never desiring to have another, before slavery, during slavery, or after slavery. The black man has never been recorded to have just one woman.
Right. Well, I think there's some actual facts we can look at on that. Monogamy has failed for the white man in America.
But this is like saying it's okay.
It's not me saying it's okay. This is how they're living. I'm giving you the history of what their life is. Black men haven't been waiting on me to tell them it's all right to have more than one woman. Neither have white men. This is just what they do. I'm not talking about fornication and adultery. I'm not talking about one-night stands and running around rampant with other women. That's not the kinds of, when I say more than one woman relationship. I mean that before we came to America, our men had more than one wife and family. And we were satisfied with it because we had not met the monogamy idea. We had not met the American white woman who, insists on certain kinds of values in her man. We had not learned envy and jealousy. All right, after coming here, those kinds of ideas were bred into us because of society and the mores that the Americans made up here. And so then we started to have problems with that. But I think that since it is apparent that most of them, not all of them, it's certainly up to the man, do love more than one woman. I got tons of mail. A lot of black men write and tell me that they have had 2 women for 5, 10, 15, and 20 years, and they can't even get the women to speak to each other. Sometimes they have 2 families,
Would I want
2 sets of children.
would I want to talk to a woman who's sharing perhaps the bed and the money and the social life with who I would deem as my man.
If you want to deal in reality, and if you are not insecure, and if you don't think that that robs you of something, you would want to know them. If he loves her, you certainly should want to know her.
There are a lot of black women out there who say,
oh, I know
"Sister,
they're mad about that idea. I understand, you know.
that
And
would
that's
never
not
hold
easy.
water."
Wait a minute, that's not easy. And that's a frightening thought to most of us. And I don't like that. I'm not for that. I'm in agreement with everybody else. Our men ought to just have one woman. But that is not the reality. I'm trying to get us to deal with some reality for a change. Stop dealing with fantasy. Stop dealing with television. Stop dealing with imagination of how we wish things were. Let's deal with them how they are, what it is, present tense. And
But
if we
because
deal with
that's
that,
happening
then,
doesn't mean I have to like that or
no,
want
that
to
means
accept
that you can live in hell. That means you can live in doubt. That means that you can always be checking on your man. That means that you can be insecure and be, tearful. And that means you can be disappointed when you find out the real truth. And you don't want to have that in your life. None of us do. But in order not to have that, then we have to deal with some reality and recognize that men are not limited in the way that women are. Men are able to love more than one woman. I'm not talking about, as I said, just a random sexual relationship of fornication and adultery and all of that. I mean that there are many black men who have children by more than one woman. What is to become of those children? They need their father.
Now, you say that once these relationships don't work and they start breaking up or things start going bad at home, you say, she will cry and seek sympathy. During this period, the black woman will remind the black man of everything she has ever done for him.
Yeah, we do that.
She will try to make him feel guilty and ashamed of his decidedly outrageous behavior.
Absolutely.
She'll let the house go, and I quote you, to hell.
That's right.
She may stop cleaning, ironing, washing, and cooking.
And we
neglect
withhold
his home.
sex. That's a real tool we use. We do that.
But if
to
you would
express
cheat
our
on me
dissatisfaction.
or walk out
well,
on me...
see, that's what I'm saying. We have to get into definition. Who told us that was cheating? Where did that idea come from that that's cheating? And I'm not saying that a lot of men are not just running around. I'm not talking about that. But if a woman finds out that her man has been with a woman while she's been with him for 3 or 4 or 5 years, that's a serious commitment and relationship. And if it hasn't taken anything from me, if I'm not going short of anything, and if this is what he thinks his responsibility is, then what kind of hell are you going to go through to prevent that? Since we cannot stop him, we have not been successful. The white woman has not been successful in stopping the white man from having another woman. They call them a mistress. We pick up a lot of that terminology. But a man who has 2 women, that's not necessarily a mistress. That's just his other woman. Now, we got 2 choices. We can be the woman or the other woman. We don't have but those 2. Now, I know we don't like that. I don't like that, But that's the reality of our life at some point. Now, it's up to the man. But every man doesn't want 2 women, but those that do, they're going to do it.
What about our morals and our religion?
Whose religion? Whose morals? Not our religion, because we're not practicing the religion of black people anymore. That was taken from us. We don't have our morals anymore. That was taken from us. So whose idea are you representing when you stand up for those values? Not ours. Somebody else's. Some other nationality. And it may work for them. But it doesn't work for us. It hasn't worked for anybody, really, but nobody wants to deal with the truth. Monogamy was only created because of the economics of it.
The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman has been out for, what, over a year now?
March the 20th will be the first year anniversary. And for that anniversary, I'm releasing my new video. And the video is called The Black Man's Guide on Tour. And it is exciting.
I would assume it's pretty hot.
Yeah, it's hot, I tell you.
After writing this book, just take a moment before you answer.
Okay.
Do you regret anything about what you wrote? If you had the chance to do it all over again, would you perhaps soften some of the things that you said?
No, that doesn't require any in-depth thought. I've been asked that a lot, of course. No, I wouldn't, because, see, we always want some kind of instruction and help to come to us that doesn't affect the status quo. We want somebody to tell us some information or give us some instruction that doesn't require us to change. Okay? This book requires change. And one thing this book has done that I have really been pleased with, it has certainly reopened communications. And a lot of us as black women, because of what here seems like it's just so radical, are willing to make a lot of concessions now and cooperate a lot of other kind of ways to keep from having to do any of these things that I list in here. So I have letters from black men who just write and say, listen, thank you, my wife is cooking better meals now. I have letters from children that say, thank you, my mother quit her second job, she's home with us now at night. I have had black men walk up to me on the street in New York and reach out to shake my hand and say thank you and just burst into tears and say, thanks, hey, I thought I'd never live to see the day.
Not to jump on your case or anything here, but just to say in defense, how many of those women are afraid of an open-handed slap in the face? You've been accused.
You know, that's a terrible thing.
You have been accused of advocating violence.
No, see, that's a misconception. I'm trying to stop violence in the black community. Now, we know, Raven, that domestic violence is at an all-time high in the black community. Black men currently are kicking us, blacking our eyes, knocking our teeth out, stabbing us, shooting us. They're doing a lot of horrible things to us. All right? So what I'm trying to do is to put some direction on that. One of the problems we have is that we don't know that change happens in degrees and stages. So if we just say, tell our men, don't hit women, they're not going to do that any more than they're going to say no to drugs. You know, that doesn't work in that way, just to give that kind of instruction. So let's first put some controls on it. Let's get our men to recognize that they don't have to go off and brutalize us with their fists and hit us with weapons and kick us in the stomach and hit us in the breast.
But it's okay for him to hit me with his hand?
Wait a minute. I'm saying that if I can stop black men from kicking and shooting and stabbing and stomping black women and get them to just lightly tap us in the mouth, I will have saved a lot of lives and preserved a lot of families.
What kind of logic is that?
Well, they're not going to stop doing it completely. Now, let's deal with the reality of the statistics. You know, 40% of our women are brutalized. So I'm trying to get the men to stop doing that to us. The Red Cross suggests the same motion, and nobody's ever jumped on them. If a person gets hysterical, you slap them in the face to bring them back around to reality. And I'm not even saying a hard slap. And let's go over that, because that's something that's confused all over the country. I'm so tired. That's the national anthem of black women. Now, at first I thought they were really upset, but I think it's been kind of a smoke screen. They're trying to use that to get black men not to read the rest of the book. Okay, this is what it says. If the black woman is brutalized repeatedly, the relationship will fail, and the black man will possibly be arrested and charged with cowardly abusing a woman. This is not the goal. Make no mistake about it. No black eyes, no punching in the stomach, the breast, no stomping, and no uppercuts. Analyzing the options available to the black man when the black woman's mouth, verbal abuse has been proven to be just as violent and harmful as physical abuse. When her mouth becomes uncontrollably disrespectful, they total only a few. He can walk away from her, leave the house, get drunk. We know men do that. He can go to his other woman and complain. He can quit the relationship, leave the woman. He can try to argue back and lose. Nobody can out-argue us, okay? Or he can seek counseling or sympathy from friends. Now, those are the only options any man has when a woman is running off at the mouth to him. Or he can offer her a sound, open-handed slap in the mouth. That doesn't go from point A to Z. There's a lot of other options in there that our men use. I'm just describing what happens. Ordinarily, when he gets to that point 6, it's not a slap, it's a brutal hit with a fist. I'm trying to stop him from doing that to us.
But
and I'm trying to get us to control it differently.
No kind of violence should be advocated.
Well, that's not advocating violence. The violence is already going on. I'm trying to stop it. I'm trying to put some controls on it.
Sherazade,
and that's something that people don't understand.
You are a mother.
Yes, I have 12 children.
How would you feel if your daughter called you at 2 a.m. in the morning and said, Mom, he hit me? Now, you're a mother now. You're a mother.
Well, I'm not emotional like that. I'd have to say what happened. Put him on the extension and let me find out what happened.
There are many women out there who would like to know, are you married?
Of course I'm married. Yeah, you know I'm with being with a man. I'm not ashamed to say I need a man. No, I need a man. I'm one of those with men. I had to have a man. I am not ashamed of that. My first husband died in 1985, unfortunately, of a heart attack. And I have a new husband now. And I've given the children to him, and we're raising them. And he's a very beautiful man. He's not afraid of me. He's not intimidated by me. And he knows me, and he has read the book. Okay? He is in agreement with my campaign. And all of my sons are in agreement with this. I have 7 sons, and they are very beautiful and very talented. And it's very interesting to see how, as a result of me teaching them differently, the girls that come there, they don't run the same game on them. You know, like they can't come into our house with the mini skirts on. Mm-hmm. They can't come in with the skin-tight clothes on.
You are Muslim, may I add that?
Oh, of course,
okay.
I'm not teaching our people religion.
Okay.
They already failed that course. I wouldn't dare try to teach black people religion.
But does that influence the way
well,
you
Islam influences
kids?
everything that goes on in the black community, because that's what we were before we were brought here as slaves. So yes, it certainly has influenced my life.
Can I jump back?
It's not a book on religion, and I don't bring it into it like that.
I want to jump back for just a moment. You said there are 3 kinds of black women. Where do you fall?
Probably somewhere, the categories overlap, probably between the 2, 3.
And how do you criticize yourself?
Well, as I said, I work every day to be a better wife, better mother, and I have not said I'm perfect. You know, I'm a victim of all of the things just like all of the rest of us are. And I don't say that all black women do everything in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything in the book, but all of us do some of them. And every time that we do them, then it serves to break up our relationship and run our men away from us, when that's not really what we want at all. We really want him to run toward us. But sometimes we function in such a way that makes him be outside looking for peace of mind with somebody else, because we withhold the peace because we're mad at him about something, you know. I go around trying to tell black women, if one of the things we can do for our men is just smile when we see him coming. You know? If you get with these ideas, the first thing it'll do is relax the muscles in your face. You won't be so uptight all the time. It'll make you beautiful.
What are you teaching your daughters regarding to this philosophy?
That to be able to judge things on an unemotional basis, to try to go by the actual facts of what is presented to you instead of how you feel about it. Our people in general have a problem distinguishing between actual fact and opinion. And we think we have an option to reject the truth based on how we feel about it. And the truth doesn't change just because we feel a certain way about it. It remains the truth. So I teach them that.
Is this book semi-autobiographical?
Oh, absolutely not. Excuse me. Absolutely not. No.
But doesn't the average person that write a book, there's a little bit of him somewhere in what
I'm the writer here. You the TV host, and writers do not do that. You can write about anything you want to. And the only thing I regret is that I didn't write the Black Man's Guide to Understand the Black Woman Part 2, because there's some more. This is just all I put into one book. But I'm coming out with the Black Woman's Guide to Understand the Black Man in 1993, probably.
Well, I will tell you right now, there will be a lot of ladies.
Oh, yeah, we return money every day. They're trying to buy it already, but I don't have it ready.
The most profound question, perhaps, that I can ask you right now, do you believe in what you're writing, or are you a very astute businesswoman making a buck?
Well, I believe absolutely in what I'm writing. I wouldn't come out here and go through what I have to go through around the country every day, and I could be in a different city every day of the year. The demand is just that great. I read an article in Emerge magazine the other day. People have been writing in about my book as a result of an article they wrote a few months ago. And the editor put a note in the magazine, in the front of their magazine, that that's Emerge magazine now. That's supposed to be black people coming out and so forth. They put a paragraph in there that said, we have been still getting letters on Shahrazad Ali's book, The Black Man's Guide to Understand the Black Woman, but we're not going to publish any more of them because we have decided that the book has made enough money. I thought that was the most ignorant remark. So I told my secretary, get him on the telephone. So I got that nigger on the phone. I said, has IBM made enough money? Has Nike, Reebok, AT&T? Why don't you go tell them people that they made enough money? You know, that's so silly that our people take an attitude of wanting to stifle someone else's success. The part that you mentioned in regard to me being a successful publisher and a female entrepreneur, absolutely. I have a great deal of insight about the publishing industry. I did this by myself. And you would think that somebody would want to do a story on that side, since obviously I know how to put together a successful project and carry it off into the second year now. But they don't want to deal with that, and they keep saying I've made enough money. Nobody even knows how much money I have made. They don't know what my responsibilities are. They do know I have 12 children. You know, but I thought that was such an ignorant remark for a black person to make, when all of the people who are making money off of black people in our community, where it's not benefiting us at all. It's not helping us to grow or to change or to be better. And they never get addressed. They never get attacked. But they keep saying to me, you know, that I have made enough money, and they don't even know how much.
The irony in this is that you said you wish you could see more black women taking more interest in the home. Well, you are a businesswoman. You're traveling all the time. Who's cooking your husband dinner tonight?
My husband travels with me a lot of the times. You all just don't know who he is because we can't let that out. No, he's with me a great deal of the time. I have a strong family extended family structure. I have sisters, and my children are between the ages of 5 and 26. Now, if that 23, 24, and 25-year-old don't know how to take care of the children when I'm not there, then I have failed. But I haven't, because they do know how to carry on until I get back, you know.
Have you met any one black woman that you do admire, who you think has done an excellent job?
I admire a lot of black women all of the time. Marva Collins. I just made a huge donation to the Marva Collins Preparatory School in Cincinnati in memory of my mother. I've donated to a lot of organizations around the country, you know, to help black children. Mostly that's what I do. I don't donate any money that's going to be used for administrative costs. I don't do that. But if it's going to go directly to the children, I do that. A lot of black women. You know, we've done, as I said, I represent that great strength that we have. I admire you for what you're doing. It takes a lot of courage to bring me in on a television show and let me just talk. A lot of people wouldn't do that, you know, and I wish you success in your career.
Thank you very much.
After I'm gone.
Scheherazade, do you have an opinion of the white woman?
Just that she's been an influence on us, and that not intentionally, she's just living her life. She didn't tell us to copy her, you know, but the way the society is set up, we have copied a lot of her ideas, and a lot of the standards she sets for the white man, we have tried to set them for the black man, except all of the things that are required for a man to have to meet those prerequisites, our men are kept from getting. You understand? So it's really a messed up situation, and so we make demands on our men that they just can't produce.
You've been on the talk show circuit for quite some time now.
10 months.
Do you find that even journalists in the highest degree have trouble remaining objective when they talk to you?
Yeah, most of them. In fact, what they do is on the newspaper interviews, they sit there and they're so nice. Oh, they're so wonderful. And then I leave town, and then I get a copy of the story in the mail. Oh, God, they roast me alive, you know.
You write some pretty powerful stuff. It must be hard to even go in an airport.
Well, sometimes. Well,
Sometimes.
It certainly has allowed me to be recognized. You know, people, because I wear these crowns, you know, they recognize me in a lot of places. But most of the time, which is a story which has never been told, there are so many black women who love me. There are so many black women who, in fact, next week I'll be going to Baltimore. And there's a group there called the Black Women's Consciousness Raising Organization or something. And it's a black women's group of 250 black women, professional women. They have invited me into their convention to be the keynote speaker.
May
I
I
got
say,
black women all over the country who are in support of this project. In fact, I just gave that lecture in Miami, and the man who invited me in was 78 years old. He said he thought he'd never live to see the day that the truth was told about our women. You know, he's a 78-year-old black man who is still in business. He invited me in. Most of the people at the lecture were women. Most of the people who bought 2 and 3 books for their sons were women. Most of the people that bought books for their daughters who were getting married were women. You know, so it's been distorted of who actually is supporting this project. We have 30 million people out here. About 15 million of them have jobs. About 7 million of them can read or have disposable income to buy a book. And I haven't reached the market that I intend to reach in order to actually get this message to penetrate into our communities. The book being required reading is certainly going to help us to face some realities. Our young people want a different life. They don't want the failure that many of us have suffered. They have seen that this has not worked for many of us, and they want something different. They want to find out why they can't get along, why their mating techniques are failing for them, and why they're so frustrated, why there's so much game and nonsense in it. And this book will help them to do that.
Scheherazade Ali, it has been a pleasure, may I say, to have you today on our program. Can I just add something for just a moment? I had the opportunity to have lunch with you today.
Yes.
You are a very personable individual. You
Absolutely.
are sweet.
They just tried to make you a monster on television.
But can I say that if I didn't know about this book, on a first impression of you, I never would have thought you'd have written that.
Well, you may not have. Many of us have some talents that our larger communities can benefit from. You know, if I had met you somewhere, I might not have realized that you were a very popular and dedicated talk show host. I wouldn't have known that until you told me what you do. I believe that the message I'm trying to bring to my people is a message from God. I think that the only way our people get any message or information from God is through the people, and that this is a very important work I'm doing. This is not a game to me. It has a great emotional drain on me. People come against me with a lot of negative ideas. They come hard. They bring all the force that they have to bear, and I have to stand up under that.
How do you deal with that?
You know, well, I don't internalize. I don't let it go in. I expected us to have an emotional reaction, and I know that when you have a revolution of social change, the first reaction is emotional, but those people settle down. And so if I have to be the brunt of that in order for them to get to a better life, in order for us to have a better child, then I just have to take that. And of course, my own man has to absorb a lot of what I bring to him. Sometimes, every once in a while, somebody will get through, and they'll say something that'll, just be so penetrating, I say, wow, listen at that. But I just don't internalize it, because I know that it's not me they really want to attack. They really want to just not have to take responsibility for their behavior. They don't want anyone to say that's wrong, because most of the negative practices we have, we've been doing them so long, we think that they are right. And so we don't want anybody to come out and say, you're doing that wrong. And we certainly don't want our man to say, that's right, you are wrong.
Has this been worse, what you've had to go through, being accosted in airports and practically blessed out on television shows?
Anytime I'm accosted in the airport, it's because somebody wants an autograph or they want a book. I mean, I've had an entire basketball team in L.A., they want a book or they want an autograph, but it has not been negative. And certainly, as I said, we can always dwell on that one issue in the book that people tried to bring up that's negative about violence. As I have explained, that's not what I was trying to do. And that certainly keeps people from understanding the rest of the book, which is calling on us as black women to bring some of that backboning strength that we have, some of that monumental dedication to the black family, back to making a family. A family is more than a woman and children. A family is a father and a mother and children.
You cannot deny, however, that there are many black women who have decided, for whatever reason, to go it alone and are successful in raising children who are not on
they're not
drugs.
Successful.
Yes, wait. Let me just make my point now. Who are sending their children to college,
that's not
who run a good
success.
home.
I keep trying to explain that. Feeding and clothing and raising a child and making sure it's not on drugs and it goes to college, that doesn't guarantee that child any emotional success in their relationships in life. That just means they may be able to get a job. See, we have to look at even what the success standard is that we're talking about. That's not necessarily success. That doesn't guarantee us success. If we can raise up an emotionally stable child, one who knows how to carry on our black nation, who knows how to be a good mother, and still perhaps contribute to the outside community, if we can raise up fathers who take responsibility for their children and who know that their presence in the home is a needed one if we are to survive, there are a lot of other things more important than us just getting a college education and a job. That does not guarantee the success of a nation. That guarantees a personal financial success, which is not the only thing that we need to revive our black nation.
Let's talk about the future just briefly. What's up next for you?
The video, The Black Man's Guide on Tour, which is coming out March the 20th. And hopefully by Christmas we'll have it completed. I'm working on a prototype of the Shahrazad doll. And the Shahrazad doll is going to be a little doll with a little lady with a little crown on. And she'll be holding a little black man's guide. And when you punch her on top of the crown, she'll give you a positive message. I love that. When I thought of that, I sat straight up in the bed. But she's going to do that, and I've been asked to come into the elementary schools more now. And so I'm starting to, as I said, if I could work every day of the year, there's a request for me to come out and talk to our people because they want some relief and they want some explanation. And most of our people are intelligent enough to know that just because of the popularity of this book, our educational class has failed us because all of them together have never been able to bring one agenda to the forefront of our nation where all of the people are dealing with it, like this book has. The Black Man's Guide has succeeded in doing that. Our people are dealing with this all across the country, and it's becoming a crossover book. The white man says it's starting to help him with the white woman. So they're going to be in trouble too. It's not just us anymore.
You will be going to Africa very soon.
Hopefully, Nelson Mandela called me and he invited me to come there to Johannesburg. He says that they have a similar problem with the black women in South Africa and that many of them try to marry into the white race because they think it provides them with better benefits than staying with their men who are suppressed, under the apartheid system. And I have been invited to London, of course, where the book is becoming a bestseller. I've even been invited to Ireland They don't even have no black people there, but they say they want me to come over there and talk to the white woman. You know, I mean, I haven't been, this is a global project now. I just can't go everywhere. I don't have the energy all the time, and I can't keep dragging my children and my own husband. You know, he's got some things he's doing that I, you know, have to work with him on. And so, but I try to, who I want to work with actually is the black woman and the black man here in America where I live. That's where I'm really doing my major work. And if I go any place else, it'll probably just be live remote television, you know, to someplace else, but I don't know if I'm going to really have the time to travel to those other places.
Did you know when you wrote this book that it would take off like this?
I suspected it would. It's new information. We've never had it. This is brand new information, and no matter what anybody else ever writes about relationships, this is going to be the standard by which it will be judged.
I want to talk just a moment about something that I saw recently on television. Everybody has taken the opportunity to make their poke at you.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see, by chance, the skit that was done on In Living Color?
Yes, I saw.
What did you think about that?
Well, you know, the phone started ringing off the hook. People were calling me from all over the country to tell me, did you see Living Color? And nobody knew how to react, you know, because they didn't know what my reaction would be, and they didn't know if I was going to go off, you know. I can walk around with a loaded gun sometimes, so they didn't know, you know, if it was going to be, you know. So I thought that was hysterical. That was the funniest thing I have ever seen, and it was a compliment because they could not have done that and been successful if they hadn't assumed that everyone, first of all, knew who I was familiar with the book. So, you know, that was excellent penetration, I felt, of the media. I had reached some goals. And I called him to thank him and told him that I wasn't angry. He wasn't sure if I was or not, but I just thanked him, and I sent him an autographed copy of the book. That's all I did. But I thought they had me down pat, I have to say.
Even your family thought so?
Yeah, my son said, Mama, it was just like you. So we taped it, you know, and we have, it's been on a couple of times since they aired it because of demand. And we have it at home, and it's certainly one that we get out a lot of times when company comes if they didn't see it, and we play it because it was so funny. But it was just a takeoff, and so many people have been able to earn money. You know, this book has put the black bookstore on the map. It has allowed a lot of black bookstores to open up other branches of their bookstores. A lot of people have testified that they have bought cars, put their children into the first year of college just with one book. You know, we can't ignore the economic base that this book has put into the black community. The first 6 months it was out, I only allowed it to be sold in black bookstores. But then as I did more national television shows, we didn't have enough bookstores to carry it that were in the mainstream of cities, and so I started allowing B. Dalton and Walden and Encore and all of the other chains to carry it. But it has done a great deal for the black community in regard to being an economic base. And I would think black people would be happy to have something else to sell other than Avon and Tupperware. Since those are not our products, you know.
Let's just briefly, we're just about out of time, but I would like you to leave us here in Tallahassee, Florida, and the surrounding areas, the surrounding counties that can watch this program. What are some words of advice or wisdom or according to Scheherazade Ali?
Just the only wisdom that I can leave you is the information that's already recorded in most of our holy books, and that's that God made the man and woman to be together in unity. And so it is impossible for us as black women to attend church and say that we love and worship God when we disrespect our own man, who is in the image of God, because God is a man. And our men may be the closest representative of that kind of masculinity of God that we ever meet. And that we should stop using our children to punish our men. We should stop disrespecting our men in front of our children. Sometimes we talk badly about them. It makes the child get a different idea about the father just because of our personal relationship. And that we should start trying to be a little bit more patient, tolerant, and courteous. And those are some attributes that we have kind of gotten away from because we're on this speed thing of trying to make a living. And as I said, I'm not saying that he's right, but if we become better women, he's got to become a better man.
Scheherazade Ali, Thank you so much. This has been a
Well,
very
I've
interesting
enjoyed this. I know your people are going to
interview.
love this. Nobody ever gets to hear me talk this much. All right.
Thank you so much for joining us today on
Well,
Vibrations.
thank you for inviting me.
That's our show for this week. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again next week.
You're listening to Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice.
Yes, my lord, the focus of I and I Bobo Shanti is, rebuilding Africa, Our main aim and development down here in Jamaica is to go forward and build back Africa, because Marcus Garvey said we don't intend to be a race without a continent, because we see all over the world, we have them of the European, them of the Chinese, them of the Indians, you understand? So Africa is for the black man, Africa the black man continent. So when you check over Europe and China, you hear them talk about them of the latest car, the latest gadget, all of these things. When you check India, are the same thing, them can show you the latest. But when time them go to Africa, them only show you famine and fly on the TV, because them take out the whole of the resources, America and England, take out the whole of the resources out of Africa and have it spreading all over the world, and have all of the black youths, them a cry for go to England and America. You hear no youth that say them well want go to Africa. You hear a youth that say, John, I well want go to America, because I want to live the American dream, Because them say they want to go to America for go make life better, the land of opportunity. But Africa is the breadbasket of the whole world, Without Africa, we couldn't have one of these modern cell phone, where them call smartphone and all these things. The laptops and all these things, the jet plane, where them use for fight war and all these things. All of the material where them use, come from Ethiopia, Africa. And when we say Ethiopia, Africa, we mean the whole of Africa, because the whole of Africa is Ethiopia. Because Ethiopia are the mother for the whole of Africa, the mother for the whole earth. All civilization come from Ethiopia. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. When the white men go in Africa, the guy when him Alexander, them call him Alexander the Great. But we say Alexander the Greek, because there's nothing great about that guy. Because him is the first white man for going to Africa and open the eyes of the European, That's why them call him Alexander the Great. Because them not even call Jesus the Great. For sure you say them rate Alexander to a way. Because when Alexander going to Egypt, him go see African I live in a unity. African have everything. We have agriculture, we have mathematics, we have science. We done conquer everything. We done fathom out, the calculation of the stars and fathom out all of these mysteries. So when him come in Africa now, him come see every kingdom time there when him come in Africa. From you get crowned as king, the next move was consecrated as God. That's why the Bible says Israel king is Israel God. So him come see the African kingdom on the throne, and the people them are consecrate the African kingdom as God. And him put up a white guy upon the throne by bloodshed and all these things. And want the Africans to consecrate the white man who him set up on the throne as God. And the Africans say, no, we know when there was peace and love, and now you set up this white man by bloodshed and want we consecrate him as God. We're not gonna do that. And I saw them call the Council of Nicene.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
Who taught you, please, who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate, you should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? We teach you to love the hair that God gave you. Here you way out in the middle of the ocean, can't swim, and you worried about someone that's in the bathtub and can't swim. We don't steal, we don't gamble, we don't lie, and we don't cheat. And that also describes the government of revenue, because you can't get into a whiskey bottle without getting past the government seal. You can't open a deck of cards without getting past the government seal. There's a white man who makes the whiskey and then puts you in jail for getting drunk. He sells you the cards and the dice and puts you in jail when he catches you using them. So he's against us because we fixed it where he can't catch you anymore. We take the dice out of your hands and the cards out of your hands and the whiskey out of your head. The most disrespected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. And as Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our woman. We believe that if the white man will do whatever is necessary to see that his woman gets respect and protection, then you and I will never be recognized as men until we stand up like men and place the same penalty over the head of anyone who puts his filthy hands out to put in the direction of our women. Just the better ones of you. You're not going to be no woman.
Yes, we definitely give thanks. Definitely stepping into the arena. Hey, it's the shock of the hour, man. What did you expect? You would always expect not knowing what to expect. And of course, you know, we glorify the picture on the wall, thanks to His Imperial Majesty and all doings and saying, power and the might of the Holy Trinity Emperor Haile Selassie I. As we step into the zone, this is the mystic zone, the mystic vibrations, shock of the hour. Yes, I definitely, as usual, we have a wonderful selection for you this evening. I really pray and hope that all is well to the whole international family. I pray that everyone is, had a productive day and of course, all prosperity is in righteousness, of course, is before us for the future. Definitely giving thanks for your presence. If this is the very first time you're in tune to this program, this is once again the shock of the hour. I am your host, the Honorable Priest Isaac, definitely sitting with you here in the Tiger's Nest and sipping on the best. Oh yeah, you don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about the cess. Yes, it's called Sensimania. Moses, M-O-hyphen-cess. That's how you divide his name. Eh? The man that talked to God in the burning bush. What are you talking about, man? Moses. Yeah, give me more. That's what he was saying. That's Moses. You know, the connection is there. So give thanks for that meditation. This is a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, definitely. That takes it to another level and takes the vibration to another heights. Of course, if you're not a subscriber to the program, of course, you are invited to take up that offer as it relates to being a subscriber, where the program will come to you every evening after it's after the broadcast and after it has been sealed. You'll definitely get it in your inbox via your email, obviously. Talking about the shock of the hour. Every evening you get your shock of the hour. Just, of course, reminding you of the 18th to the 21st day of March. We're talking about the spring equinox. I'm inviting everyone to be a part of the spring equinox. This is something that you definitely don't want to miss. And this year, it's a whole different ball game because the spring equinox will be virtual. And I am explaining to you again, we have the best on the job providing this service for us. We are working with Visual Eyes Media, Vem Television, Brother Zaza Yellow. I mean, master videography, video. He run, yeah, well, video graphics real, but I can't get the right term, you know, out of my mouth. But whatever the case is, he's a top cameraman and a top editing man and can do the works, the works, you know. And he's been in this for years, for decades. I mean, Zaza Yellow past years now, for decades, since we were little children. Zaza Yellow has been, you know, on this level, top electrician as well. And so basically, he will be the one. Of course, anyone in Antigua would know exactly who I'm speaking of, and he will be the one who will be behind the scenes, really running this event. So you are known, you know you're going to get the top quality works, no fuzzy wuzzy, them kind of business, everything clear and crystal high dimension. Look forward to that. And this is obviously for the virtual aspect of the tours, and well, the tours, because it's really 3 tours. It is the marijuana tour, which is actually the first tour. That will be Thursday the 18th. Of course, our guest that will be here with us. And we are looking forward for you to come with us. You know, that's the main thing. The main thing is for you to leave wherever you are and come and spend, it would be 4 days with us. Now it's only 4 days again because of what's going on in the world. You know, we usually do a 5-day, we usually do a 7-day, but we are doing 4 days for this time. And again, we're looking at the situation right here in the island. Of course, you know, you always get a little update from me every now and again. Today is when they have their cabinet meeting. So we intend to hear now on the news a lot of changes today, especially as it deals with the educational system, the transport system, and something, man, they hold banks and so locking down. At least 2 banks closed down today and 3 schools closed down because of COVID-19. What do you think I'm talking about? Yeah, because of COVID-19, coronavirus. You know what I'm talking about? So that's a very fluid situation. It changes every day. And we're in February now. The 3rd day in February, 4th day in February was today, the 3rd day in February. And we're looking to jump into March. By that time, you don't know what's going on, but you know, somebody may be pressing this coronavirus button, or maybe it's just gone loose in the wind. Whatever it is, whether it's fake makeup, Peter Pan or Tinkerbell, for sure something is going on. And even if nothing was going on, somebody is making something going on. So you just better believe something going on. So I'm saying all of that to say that we're not, you know, we're not playing Daniel and Jeremiah here, although we may be Daniel Jeremiah, meaning that I'm not going to stay here and tell you, well, this is what's going to happen in March. This is what's going to happen by the end of the month. Countries locking down, planes stop flying, people considering moving, and that's another thing. People are considering moving themselves, even if you say, yeah, man, you can come. Well, I don't know. And even if you can come, these fellas around here, I'm telling you now, because I am telling you straight, I'm not going to let no one leave the comfort of their home to come and spend time with us, and then something complicated happens. Because now they speak and they change. I'm telling you straight. I mean, come on. Yeah, it's a venture that we, myself and my associate, Rastafari Experience Antigua, it is a venture that we do together. And I mean, this is a part of our business, straight up. And of course, for the last year or so, that aspect of it has definitely come to a halt to some degree. But it's all right. We're not into no funny vibes that we're gonna make anyone come here. We prefer to call it off every single time. You hear what I'm saying? Before I make anybody come here and feel uncomfortable. Because these people change their mind overnight. They will just jump up and tell you, well, from tomorrow, anybody that comes here has to quarantine for 14 days. And no matter who they are, they want to give you bracelets to wear. Because what I'm saying, they had and I want my listeners to understand this, and Princess, because people are asking about coming to us, and as you could see, well, how the world is running. And just a few days ago, to be honest, as a tourist, when you come here, see, like you come here, you don't have to quarantine. The only thing you got to do is, wear the mask and the protocols, etc., etc. The place that you'll be staying would have to be a bio-safe place. I think we would have explained this already. And as a bio-safe place, that would be where you are, but you can still move around, but the movement must be under a certain protocol again. So the taxi you're driving in, whatever the case, spray out and clean, and what's the stuff they do? Sanitize. Them things dangerous, and all them sanitizing thing ain't no easy thing that can you don't even know what's going on, man. But maybe you do. Pardon me, I shouldn't say it like that. I'm sure you do. Yes. So that's really what it was. But now they're saying and hinting at, and as I said, they're having their cabinet meeting today. So by tonight, you'll get the real deal. They're hinting at, no matter who you are, once you come in, you got to lock down for 14 days. And they're telling you where, well, I shouldn't say lockdown. Maybe it sounds harsh. Quarantine for 14 days. But you could see where my mind is. Quarantine for 14 days at a specific place of their choice. The place is not, it's actually a resort that they're using. So it's actually an all right place, to be honest. And you have to pay a specific amount, which is, they say no more than $100 per day. Which if the resort is still to the standard where it was before COVID-19, I don't know what has changed, but it should be a real cool place, even for that money. But that's not the point. The point is, cool place or not. I mean, I'm sure where you live is a cool place. You don't want to be traveling to spend 2 weeks in no cool place. You didn't come to spend time in a cool place. You come to move around and go check Greencastle Hill and these different things. So we ain't playing with that part of it. I'm telling you for sure. I don't want to break nobody's heart, but I don't want to make nothing about your visit to us of any discomfort whatsoever. And to be honest, I'm sensing a lot of that. And I know you can sense it wherever you are on the planet. And of course, this is something that most people have to plan in advance. You need at least a good proper month. We're not a month away yet, just slightly short of 2 months. So again, it's a fluid situation. A lot of things can change. I know I'm taking a lot of time on this subject, but it's important that you comprehend where we are with this event. There'll be more events to come, obviously. But the way they have their world trapped down, man, they're up to something. Yeah. But anyway, the main point is, you don't have to come. It will be virtual, not every single thing. Because when you come, we also, I really would love to see the situation be a lot freer at the time and ones could come. But the point is, again, one more time before I move on, is that it could look free. One moment the sky would be cloudless and you go inside and come back out and it's ready to rain, thunderstorm. That is how it is. Well, today we had 97 cases of COVID-19. You may say, just 97? No. You forget. Our population is 100,000. 97 cases in a day is a lot. Well, we got to shut down this, that, and the other in a moment. And we see that already. So, and you see that where you are and around you. You see it on the TV. If you're not seeing it, well, you're really not around. So that's the reality I put into you. And then again, I'm sure some of you would have your own concerns. Some of you, man, Ras, I don't care. Yeah, but I know you don't want to be locked down for the 14 days. So we'll be having a health lecture. I'll be giving a lecture myself, and we'll be having an island tour. We'll be having a yoga session. But what you'll be getting on the virtual aspect of it now, you'll be getting both hikes. You'll be getting the morning hike, which is Friday the 19th, the morning hike, 2 hours. It could be more than 2 hours too. That's the official time, but this is not webinar site where after your time come, they just cut you off. This is a different thing. So you'll be well entertained. Don't mind the 2 hour talk. You'll have the vibes with you. What else? You'll also partake of the evening hike. The evening hike, the sunset hike. Oh, wonderful. That's the night we'll be doing the star watching as well. And that's approximately 3 hours, because we'll be having the drummings and the Nyabingi drum sound, and we'll have some special other guests that will be speaking to you. That'll be a wonderful session. And of course, the marijuana tour. You'll be getting some reasonings from some of the Rastafari elders, and we'll be carrying you through the Rastafari camp, and you'll be seeing the ganja. That should be the next 2 hours, but as I said, you don't worry, you'll be spending time with the Honorable Priest, my brother Rastre. Of course, the youths will be with us and everything will be fine and upful. So I'm encouraging you to take hold of the virtual aspect of this. Now, this is something that I know we're here as family, but as I said, this is done under the umbrella of Rastafari Experience Antigua. This is going out towards the earth all around the world. I must say I'm a bit behind with understanding if it has a capacity load, like how many could sign up and sign into. But I would have to check the engineers and the technicians, I should say, that are dealing with this. But the whole package is just $120. That's for the 3 days. It's basically 3 days. It's a span of 4 days, but it's 1 day, 2 day, and the third day would be the fourth day as such, because there'll be nothing to be seen on the Saturday itself. As far as for the virtual, those who are coming will be going to the Sabbath service, and that's the night I'll be giving my lecture as well. But the whole package, double hike and all that you will experience, plus the marijuana tour, the package is only $120. I would encourage you still make your reservations early as well. You done through me personally. There are other avenues as well that have been created and that I think will be created too, because this is going through the Ministry of Tourism and all of that. But of course, you're my family. I'm your brother, so just make the link through me. And as I said at the same time, for all of our subscribers, please understand this as well. This venture is a different venture altogether. This is not under the umbrella of the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. This is under the umbrella of Rastafari Experience Antigua, which is a different entity. Not, I wouldn't say altogether, because it's still I, but it is a different entity with different individuals and different stakeholders and so many little different things. It's a different thing altogether. So this is not something that my beloved and faithful subscribers, we could just pass it on to you like that, So please understand that. but I still encourage you. It's a very good price for what you'll be getting and the standard of what you'll be getting. All right, we spoke a bit there, but I promise you that was necessary just to clear it up, especially for those who are planning to either come. But everybody should be there. This is another thing. You know I ain't playing around with you. You ain't got no reason to tell me you're not going to be there. No, I ain't talking about no COVID. Don't tell me no COVID and no quarantine. I said virtual high definition. You don't tell me you're not going to be there. All right. They're going to be there, Princess. You know that. All of them, eh? No, all of them going to be there. All right, Princess, you say you have something for us.
Yeah. Blessed love to everyone. And we're having another Kiswahili word of the day. Yep. And it's been a while.
Yes.
Yeah. Today's Kiswahili word of the day is kubwa, which means serious.
And we're serious about it. We're serious. The star or serious, the Idi Amin kind of serious.
The Idi Amin kind of serious.
We same style. Yeah, but sorry to interrupt your flow. So the word today is kubya.
Kubwa.
Oh, well.
Kubwa.
Yeah, kubwa. Yes, serious. Yeah, man, got we kubwa around here. No? Yeah, man, no time with joke. Pure kubwa business. Yeah, man, kubwa Lee. Go ahead.
I have one sentence here.
Okay.
Mama yangu anadhani yeye uongo, lakini mimi kujua yeye ni kubwa.
I tell you, I believe in that exact way. What did you say?
Yeah, that means my mother thinks she's lying, but I know she's serious.
Oh, okay. Well, of course, you would know. Exactly. That's wonderful, Princess.
Yeah. And to be serious also to means be honest.
To be very, very, very good. Did you hear that, my family? Wonderful. All right. So the word again is kubya. Kubwa. Kubwa. Sounds dialectish, you know what I mean? Kubwa. And maybe that's why I'm saying kubya. Because we have a thing where you say kuya. You know, and kuya, I mean, kuya. Everybody know kuya. Kuya. You know, it's not just an auntie here that in Jamaica. Kuya. Kuya. You have record label Kuya. So that was kind of maybe a kubwa, kuya, kubwa. Yes. And give me that sentence again. It sounds very colorful.
Yeah. Mama yangu anadhani yeye uongo, lakini mimi kujua yeye ni kubwa.
I like that part. Yeah, that sounds nice. That's wonderful. And that means her mother did what to her?
No, she thought she was lying.
Okay, my mother thinks she's lying, but I know that she's very serious. Very, very good, Princess.
Yep, that's all for the Swahili word of the day.
Very good.
Kwaheri. Tuonane tena.
Oh, asante sana.
Karibu.
Oh, okay. Same to you. So, give thanks, we keep a joy here. Oh, that's wonderful. The Honorable Princess Acacia Menin. And bringing us the Kiswahili word of the day with such precious vibrations and precious joy. All right. This is a deep one now. Don't worry, man. We're going to make up for the time. This is really deep. Do you know what we're going to talk about tonight?
June 13th, 2014. Scientists researching the Earth's mantle announce that they have found what they believe to be a vast body of water, 3 times the volume of all of our oceans combined, contained within a mineral layer 400 miles inside the Earth. The discovery shakes the foundation of what scientists and scholars thought they knew about the ground under our feet.
We have just scratched the surface of the Earth. We drilled down like 8 miles and we had to stop because it got too hot. Out of 4,000 miles, basically, to the core of the Earth, we went down 8. That's nothing.
We have more than 70 active space programs right now. We can tell you more about the surface of the moon than we can the surface underneath our own oceans.
Since we've not actually drilled down far enough to confirm these findings, could it be that we may be wrong about the composition of our own Earth? Some ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest that according to our earliest mythologies, an other Earth might not be found in the heavens, but deep within our own planet.
Now, before we go that far, hold on, bro. So let's be clear where we are thus far. So one of the things that this little piece began with, and this is a clip from the Ancient Aliens series that was a very big hit at the time. The Hollow Earth really is where we are. And of course, we would have touched this subject sometime, may have been years ago, but of course, it's worth revisiting on another level. And nothing stays the same, and information is vast. So there's something else that you could add to it. So how this whole thing began here is them clearly showing you that, okay, basically the point is that we drilled just about 8 miles and we couldn't go anymore. Under the surface, we're finding like almost finding another sea. So if we haven't gone thus far, all of the mantle and the core and the crust stuff that we talk about, because I must say, we are some serious scientists. We can tell you the makeup of planets light years away, and stars tell you the makeup and how much percent. I'm telling you, we're very good, We're very good, but yet still we cannot clearly explain, according to one of these experts, what is at the bottom of the ocean. Paraphrasing, but basically that's what he's saying. 70 space programs taking place at the time of this recording here. But yet still we can't tell you what's going on the bottom of the surface of the earth.
To the core of the earth, we went down 8. That's nothing.
We have more than 70 active space programs right now. We can tell you more about the surface of the moon than we can the surface underneath our own oceans.
Since we have not actually drilled down far enough to confirm these findings, could it be that we may be wrong about the composition of our own Earth? Some ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and suggest that according to our earliest mythologies, an other Earth might not be found in the heavens, but deep within our own planet.
One of the most consistent themes that we find in ancient cultures when we travel around the world is the idea that there is another world, another Earth inside of the planet.
Within Buddhism, there's stories of a place called Agartha, or Agarthi, which is an inner world, and it's inhabited too by people, and that they are an advanced race, and even that they have trains and vehicles that are moving through this inner earth.
Do you get that? So let's not move too far now. We're in the realms of Buddhism and we're talking about Agarthi. You know, you would hear ones, I've seen Brother Sanchez display a map that I think he considers to be from Tibet, somewhat linked to Buddhism too, that speaks about the flat earth. And not just the regular old flat earth that some people just be talking about now. This is like some advanced flat earth business where you know, in the flat earth theory, there and no disrespect to the theory, because some people very, very, I would say very religious about that. I mean, knowledge is knowledge, and I mean, flat earth and round earth is as far as the east is from the west, brother. But the twain still do meet on a globe surface. But the point I'm making is that reasoning is reasoning. No need for one to get fanatical. But what Brother Sanchez would be highlighting, or what I saw him highlight there, and I may have come across this somewhere, but it would have gone under my head or under my feet or whatever, because seeing him reason about it, you know, it was sparking a new light in me concerning that knowledge there. So I'm thankful for that information I got from him. So he would show that the ice sheet, or the ice wall, which we would call the South Pole, or from that theory, what we think is the South Pole, is actually the edge of the disk, really, the Earth. But it doesn't end there. There's another world behind that. And he's highlighting some ancient cave drawings that is highlighting that. Now listen, not because, well listen, I do not believe that the earth is flat. I actually think that it is spherical, an oblate sphere. We already went through that geometrically, etc. But I'm just saying though, in reality though, not because something is ancient, and I say that about all cultures, not because it's actually ancient, mean that it's correct. People have their own ideas, even at that time. I'm sure at that time people were arguing if it was flat or round. And maybe these people just decided, hey, listen, I believe this is what it is. I done crossed the ice sheet. I went over the wall and I see a totally different land. And this other one said, well, listen, I went up into space and I look down and I see it round. Whatever. Or I calculate this movement and that movement, because we were not about trivial stuff. We dealt with the calculations of the heavens to get this thing figured out. Didn't Google it and listen to somebody and try to, vomit back out what they said. It was real science. So I'm saying all that now to come to this now. The same type of people. Not talking about a flat earth, but an inner earth. Not that there can't be an inner earth in a flat earth, Flat earth don't mean it's a little pancake you're walking on. Obviously, it still would have to have a serious mass underneath it, obviously. So and layers of depths that you can still go 8 miles deep, obviously, not a biscuit you're on. So here these ones now speaking of an inner earth now. And it's of the same sort of tradition. Right. You see, that's what we do here. We open the mind. We don't come to argue with people over. We even speak of things that we don't fully check for, but especially if it's good reasoning. Man, I live to see the day that two real scholars debate that black earth, flat earth, round earth stuff. Yeah, because it's a very good debate. Very, 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 very good debate. Very good. Both sides have some heavy facts. But the circumpolar stars,
another Earth inside of the planet.
yeah.
Within Buddhism, there's stories of a place called Agartha, or Agarthi, which is an inner world. And it's inhabited too by people, and that they are an advanced race, and even that they have trains and vehicles that are moving through this inner Earth.
Is it possible that an other Earth can be located within the confines of our own planet? Historically, underground realms were not relegated to mere mythology. Well-respected scientists and mathematicians have long speculated about a theory that became known as Hollow Earth.
The scientist Edmund Halley is most famous for Halley's Comet. He was also very interested in the Earth, and one of the challenges was trying to figure out what was the real structure of the inside of the Earth. He had a fascinating theory of not just a hollow Earth, but an Earth with multiple layers.
75 years later, 18th century mathematician Leonhard Euler put forth his own hollow Earth theory with no concentric shells and a sun at the center spanning 600 miles.
Euler was a gifted mathematician. He developed this idea that the planet Earth is not only hollow, but the poles are actually thinned. And there are actually entrances into the inner core at the north and south poles of the Earth. He imagined that there were advanced civilizations living inside the planet.
Ideas of an occupied hollow Earth would be revisited nearly 2 centuries later in 1947, when famous polar explorer Admiral Richard Byrd flew reconnaissance missions over the North Pole. Byrd allegedly reported in his private journal about a mysterious land beyond the North Pole, which he called the center of the great unknown.
Admiral Richard Byrd was able to fly to the North Pole and back and recorded flying over lush green areas where none should have been. And then 3 years later, he flew over the South Pole.
Okay, before we go too far with that, let us take in what we are taken in thus far. So we already reached to the theory now of the inner Earth. You hear about Admiral Byrd. Some of you, I'm sure, would have read the whole story about the same Admiral Byrd and what he saw when he flew over the North Pole. Okay, fair enough. Now, before Mr. Byrd, you have this theory that inside of the hollow Earth is a sun about what, 600 miles big, he said, wide? 600 miles, but a big sun inside of the earth. And there are entrances in the north and in the south pole. A theory. I don't know if there's a proof, but this is what the European was thinking at the time. And you could enter through these portals or these tunnels, entranceways, and what you would meet is a brand new civilization, a higher civilization, a whole new civilization outside of the civilization you are accustomed to on this other side up here. So when you enter into this world, and you've seen it in many different movies and cartoons where you go through this whole, some of them are Vedic cartoons too, where you go through this place and you reach the earthly nirvana or Shangri-La and these places, this sacred land, basically by going through this tunnel or going behind this waterfall, and then all of a sudden you're somewhere else, passing through this cave, walking for hours or maybe days just to end up into this open space with its own sky and its own sun. How did that work? And his own rivers and kangaroos and deers and everything, and everybody happy and running around. You've seen the movies. You've seen the cartoons. You've read the storybooks with that idea. So there are those at that time that were saying that this idea is a reality. Of course, we can sit and fantasize on it or and romanticize on it and try to figure how it would look coming through the little tunnel way and seeing this new world, butterflies flying and whatever. But it might be more complex. If it is a reality, it may be a little more complex than that. But the point it's there. Just as the earth above is so vast, very vast, not as simple as a little thing you see on the TV screen, just so that would be as vast, I would believe, if there's really an inner earth or something going on within the inside. Good. I've never been there, so I'm not going to say, oh, I don't believe that. I'm not into that. I don't believe thing business, you know. Anything, I take my time and look into it. Yeah, for real. All right, let's go over that one more time so we could gather really where we are and continue. This is interesting stuff.
As for Halley's Comet, he was also very interested in the Earth, and one of the challenges was trying to figure out what was the real structure of the inside of the Earth. He had a fascinating theory of not just a hollow Earth, but an Earth with multiple layers.
75 years later, 18th century mathematician Leonhard Euler put forth his own hollow Earth theory with no concentric shells and a sun at the center spanning 600 miles.
Euler was a gifted mathematician. He developed this idea that the planet Earth is not only hollow, but the poles are actually thinned. And there are actually entrances into the inner core at the north and south poles of the Earth. He imagined that there were advanced civilizations living inside the planet.
Ideas of an occupied hollow Earth would be revisited nearly 2 centuries later in 1947, when famous polar explorer Admiral Richard Byrd flew reconnaissance missions over the North Pole. Byrd allegedly reported in his private journal about a mysterious land beyond the North Pole, which he called the center of the great unknown.
Admiral Richard Byrd was able to fly to the North Pole and back and recorded flying over lush green areas where none should have been. And then 3 years later, he flew over the South Pole.
It's rumored that when Admiral Byrd's task force actually got to Antarctica, that one of the first things they discovered was an entrance into a hollow Earth civilization that was populated by very, very advanced beings.
Admiral Byrd made a lot of unusual statements, including talking about what he called a new kind of craft that could fly from pole to pole. And when Byrd got back to the United States, he was brought back to Washington, where he was questioned very heavily about his statements. And allegedly he was told to stop talking about this.
Is it possible?
Oh, Now, hold on. Now, I'm sure many of you again would have come across that information there. So, Mr. Byrd flew over the North Pole, seeing green, lush grass where there's none is supposed to be. Sometime after, he flying over the South Pole. Now, many people say you can't do that. I hear a lot of people say that nobody ever go to the South Pole. You can only pass a certain distance. I don't know, maybe that wasn't so. At the time, it's heavily guarded. I guess at the time it wasn't that heavily guarded, or maybe, I mean, obviously he's a part of the military, so to some degree within the American, we call it Air Force structure there. So he would get a pass, but some people give you the impression that, like, the reality is, back to the flat Earth, there's no real South Pole. That's the point. That's the point. There's no real South Pole. On the flat Earth theory, there's no South Pole, because what we think is the South Pole is the rim of the Earth and an ice wall. You check it? So good, fair enough. So there's no real South Pole. But the truth is, for sure, it's a very heavily guarded area. That's for sure. I'm talking about Antarctica, the South Pole. It's a very heavily protected area. Area 51 times 10. So something going on. That's real. So he's saying when he went to the South Pole now, and we're dealing with the South Pole now, not the ring around the planet. He's saying when he went to the South Pole, he went in the hole, in the pole. I don't know if he loses his soul, but he saw a totally different world with highly advanced beings and equipment just moving around.
And allegedly he was told to stop talking about this.
Is it possible that entrances to another world can be found at the Earth's poles? And if so, did Admiral Byrd actually pass through one of them? According to some ancient astronaut theorists, such gateways do exist.
If we were to discover the other Earth, the place we have sought, the missing world, it would be profoundly humbling. So this would be quite a paradigm shift. History would change in a very major way.
So that the hollow Earth theory now, this is not your Stargate then, and your portal. This is a hole in the ground, a passageway, a literal passageway. Nothing spectacular, no special fairy tale dust. You just walk through. You gotta find it first, and you just walk through. Maybe behind a bush, but you gotta find it, and then you just walk through. I don't know if you have to crawl, bend down, you can stand up tall, climb up, slide down, but you apparently go through, and then you would find this new world that exists, new dimension, new life, new light. And it's mystic, even as Bobo Shanti King Emmanuel say, his footsteps is in the deep. You hear them scriptures there, the Lord's footstep is in the deep. Well, King Emmanuel say he have his people at the bottom of the sea. That's Prince Emmanuel Charles Edwards. The black guys are talking about it. Bongo Eddie, Bobo Shanti, King Emmanuel would say that, my Lord, I have my people them at the bottom of the sea. You understand? His footsteps is in the bottom of the ocean. And I recall Bobo Shanti used to tell me that. That's how that conversation came about. It's a priest from me at that time telling me, yeah, man, that world's underneath the ocean. I say, yeah. Yeah, man, people live under there. I said, huh? And that time I thinking about, like in the worlds where you have that dome capsule underneath, and you can go inside those futuristic cartoons and futuristic movies that we would watch. At the bottom of the sea, you have a glass dome, and it's set in a way that you can enter and exit without, water coming in and all of that, and you have your oxygen inside and everything well set up. So I was saying, okay, people at the bottom of the sea, if that's the realms, And his rationale for this was that King Emmanuel said that he have his people. I think he said he have his house at the bottom of the sea as well. So and again, all of this is, equated to the whole science of him, the whole science of even in the Bible, of God saying that his footsteps is in the deep. Now, hear this one.
The surface of the moon is scarred with tens of thousands of impact craters of various sizes. Scientists suggest this is due to the fact that there has never been an atmosphere on the moon to help protect it from bombardment by space debris. There are no natural erosive forces, like wind or flowing water, to affect its surface. And there is little geologic activity to conceal damage done throughout the moon's history.
When you study the distribution of craters, you find the surface is totally saturated. That is, that there are craters within craters within craters, right down to the smallest scale of size.
One of the things that's really interesting about lunar craters is that even though some of them are very large and some of them are very small, they all seem to have the same depth. And that really shouldn't happen on a planetary body. There should be variation in depth. So why are the moon's craters so uniform? It's really, really unusual, and it's really not explainable in terms of conventional or established geophysics.
Some of the craters on the moon are nowhere near similar to what they should look like. In fact, they are incredibly wide craters, and wherever the impact point is, they're convex, which means there's still the bulge of the moon, so this doesn't make any sense.
It's likely that there is something under the lunar surface which is very resilient and which is preventing craters going any deeper than they do. This could only really be either much harder rock, which it can't be because of the mass of the moon, or alternatively a metal sphere of some kind which is preventing more damage.
Does the uniform depth of the craters on the moon suggest some sort of metallic barrier underneath moon rock and dust? But if so, why wouldn't mainstream scientists acknowledge this? Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that by doing so, they might also have to acknowledge that the moon may be hollow.
Yankee Clipper, Houston.
November 20th, 1969. During their ascent back to the command module, Commander Charles Conrad Jr. and lunar module pilot Alan Bean released the Apollo 12 launch vehicle and crash it back to the moon.
Apollo 12, Houston, the LEM is on its way down. Roger.
Upon impact, something very unexpected happened.
Listen.
The moon was said to have seismically reverberated like a bell for more than an hour.
With Apollo 12, people referred to a crash. It wasn't really a crash. It was a aimed deorbit of the rocket used to lift off the lunar module. And the crew separated the launch vehicle and crashed it back into the ground right close to where they had a seismograph that they had installed down there. Well, it vibrated, so it was kind of an early clue as to how solid was the surface of the moon.
What was amazing about this is that suddenly the moon began to ring like a bell and did so for nearly an hour. Dr. Wernher von Braun, who was then the head of NASA, decided that for Apollo 13, they were going to intentionally crash a heavier portion of the rocket into the lunar surface. And when they did this, the moon rang like a gong this time for over 3 hours into a depth of over 20 miles.
They don't care.
This was not expected, and it still puzzles a lot of scientists today. The inference is that the moon must be hollow because the moon is made predominantly on the surface of a kind of rock called basalt. Although it's a very lightweight rock, it also absorbs impact extremely well. And so if the whole of the moon was made of that kind of rock, you wouldn't expect it to reverberate when a large impact took place. The reason that this is played down is because the idea of the moon being hollow just contradicts what we know about physics.
Some serious vibration there. Yeah, you get it? Vibration, yeah. But these fellas, they're not easy, and they would drop, he gonna drop a bigger chunk of iron on the moon just to hear how it rings. Experiment is good, but you gotta know what you're playing with, yo. These fellas drop a bomb on the moon already. I don't think it wasn't that. They actually drop a real bomb on the moon at the time. That's about, wasn't that long ago, maybe a decade ago. This year, what they spoke about is the 60s and 70s. I don't know if when they dropped the bomb, if it was for a similar experiment for the same reason. But you got to be careful, man. You don't just do that. As Brother Vaughn Benjamin said in that song, Anthology, they hit and collide and boom and destroy everything to split the atom. I can't remember, but I know you're talking about like the when they discovered, or they're searching for the God particle, the Higgs boson business. They had to collide particles in their CERN electronic stuff there in where's CERN? Is France or CERN? I think it's Switzerland, somewhere around there. And so what would happen? These particles would be accelerated at high velocity in this device that they created that runs for miles. It's a big place. So the particles running at top speed towards each other. So when they hit, they collide, bam, and you'll be able to dissect them more and more particles. You kidding me, tell you. So they like to collide stuff, hit things and beat them up and mash them down just to see what they're made of. And look how we have the moon. We drop a piece of rubbish on the moon, the moon ring, bing. All right, you're gonna drop something heavier to see how it affects the moon. The moon is not a lab rat, pardon me. Yeah, it's not a guinea pig. Even the guinea pig, you shouldn't be doing that. Do you know the first set of COVID vaccine they tested out? It's today I hear that. They tested on a rat and the rat died. I don't know if they went back to the lab and fixed it up, but that's what I heard from a proper source. Not no friend tell me or something. I mean, I heard it on the radio. Yeah, so it must be true. You know how that goes. But what I'm saying is, you don't do tests. Don't test the moon. Suppose you kill it. I'm saying you can't really kill the moon, but I'm just trying to show you just how the same way they inject the rat and the rat just drop dead. You know, that was an experiment. That was Bill, bring the little rodent here. Let's see if it works. That was it. It's the same thing. I'm going to send a bigger one up there. We're going to drop this one on the sucker and see how she handles this one. That's how they talk. That is how they talk. And then go and drop a bomb. No Saddam Hussein up there. Gaddafi not up there. Who else did us be running down? None of your fellas up there that you say you hate so much. What they dropping bombs on? Who do you something? You just dropping the bomb on the moon? What is this? Nagasaki? Hiroshima? What's your point? Trying to hurt the moon? You're trying to dig a hole in the moon? You're trying to see if there's something inside of the moon? Send back a team and test the moon, man. Send back Buzz Lightyear. He's still alive, isn't it? Aldrin. Yeah, man. Send up the veteran with some new stock. He's a veteran of the moon. He should know the way. Let's see if we can find some holes in the moon. Sure. But that's an interesting theory now. The hollow moon ringing like a bell. Interesting. So you could see there's a certain level of life metallic life, as one of the experts was saying a moment ago, that the outstanding rocks on the moon are basalt. I don't know if it's the same type of basalt, because, you know, Lightyear and Armstrong and them fellas brought back some rocks, you know that, eh? Yeah, in a box. So the moon's rocks are basalt, but basalt, according to what the experts are saying now, would not ring like that. So there got to be a combination of something going on here and some level of hollowness as well to be ringing like that. Hey, listen, Princess of Time, and us give thanks for the key Swahili word of the day, kubya. Kubwa, yeah, got to be serious, eh? Serious is we got to be kubwa in this time, yes, of course. Hey, remember the what I issued previous night? I haven't heard from no one yet about the cooking class. I'm not going to even explain that again. I'm sure you would have heard the discussion, so I'll just leave it at that. If you don't want it, you just don't want it. It's up to you. It ain't up to me. I'm not trying to push on no one. So if we don't get one up to now, I don't know if we're going to get 20 thought. Yeah, what you say, guy? But anyway, give thanks for your presence with us. And of course, I'm reminding you again, you should get your ticket, get your key for our triple event, for our Equinox experience. Only 120 United States dollars for the full experience. High quality experience set itself around the date and the time. You know, your family come together, make sure everything is set. You have your food, your snack, and be there with us. I would admit it's not going to be like if you are there with us, but it is the next best thing in this time. Hey, listen, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery, and you know it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us at this time. Black Christ living, Marcus I.
Selassie I, Jah Rastafari.
This is Radio Anu International. Cutting and clearing, renting and tearing. Blessed my family, do you have your copy of the True Biblical Land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the three together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks.
Yadi Alba is a medicine woman, a spiritual advisor, and a sacred purpose coach. Welcome. Now, you heard from Anita Kopech earlier. She's an author, spiritual psychologist, and she's back to impart more knowledge and wisdom with us. Thank you so much for being here. Queen Afua is a best-selling author, a holistic health expert, and a wellness coach, and of course, a queen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Dr. Sydney Hankerson is the assistant professor of clinical psychiatry at Columbia University. Welcome to the stage. Thank you all so much for being here. Before we came out here, I was having a conversation with Yadi about why this panel is personal to me. I grew up in a household where my mother had schizophrenia and my father was a minister. So it was that interesting mix of spirituality and mental health issues and how family members dealt with everything, you know, but it also helped to shape who I became, and, you know, there's no complaints in that regard. But I did have a firsthand account of the struggles of the people that were on the church side with the people that were on the clinical, medical side as well, not necessarily being on the same page. So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Hankerson. Could you describe the historical and present-day significance of the Black church supporting the mental health of Black adults?
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. I said good afternoon, everyone. All right. Since we're talking about the historical significance of the Black church, on a Sunday, on this Mental Health Awareness Day, I thought we'd start with a little call and response. So to illustrate the influence of the Black church in our culture, I'd like to start with a little exercise. When I say God is good, you say? All the time. And all the time? God is good. When I say, won't he do it? You say? Yes, he will. Won't he will? Now, we have developed a tendency to do call and response. And I think that we have done that as it relates to our mental health. When we walk in on Sunday, and when Brother Johnson says, sister, how are you doing? We say, I'm too blessed to be stressed. We say, I'm too anointed to be disappointed. When in actuality, we may have been crying just before we came to service.
Speak on it.
When in actuality, the night before, we may have learned that someone in our family died from COVID. When in actuality, we may be struggling to pay the bills. And so the reality is, the Black church has been the mental health professionals in our community for centuries. A lot of that stems from the systemic racism that is in present-day medicine and that is in psychiatry. And so the church is a natural hub of providing healing. And so what I think we need to do, and what I'm so grateful for these esteemed panelists here with me today, is to make a real connection between our spiritual lives and our emotional lives.
Amen.
And so I think the challenge becomes, how do we leverage the trust and the influence that the church has on our life to make real, lasting, and deep and meaningful change as it relates to our emotional health?
Drop that, Mike.
Well, you have your own method that you created on Toltec, Mayan, and Native American systems of knowledge. What are the basic principles of your method as they relate to holistic therapy that sounds a little different from where we were just coming from?
Starting with the Toltec principle that we are powerful co-creators. And so when we stop giving our authority away to anything that is outside of us, something changes. Everything changes. When we stop giving our authority to the church, to the doctor, to the teacher, to the person with a PhD, and we start to recognize that the power has always been within us, not from an ego place.
That deserves an applause.
Not from the wounded ego. And what's the wounded ego? Not this bad twin that we have to battle it out with. The wounded ego is the hurt inner child that is asking for healing. So when we recognize that our power is as far away as our breath, when we recognize that it is just a matter of breathing in life force energy coming into our bodies, settling into our emotional bodies, and grounding in the present moment, that is the only thing that we need in order to connect with source energy. We could call it whatever it is that we are in our sovereign right to call sacred energy, collective energy, spirit, God, goddess. And the moment that we can connect with our breath and we could connect with the fact that we are all one and powerful co-creators is the moment that we can heal ourselves. The healing is within our hands. And so in regards to that, there is that. Oh, one more thing in regards to that is so my way, right, comes from Toltec, Mayan, and Native American systems of knowledge because I'm from Mexico, the central part of Mexico in Mesoamerica. But these principles are found in every wisdom tradition from around the world, meaning that it is in our blood, in our DNA, and it's just a remembrance of who we are. Just a remembrance.
And that brings me to you, Queen, and African spirituality aid. It aids us in our well-being, and what are those 5 steps, and what is the importance of it to us all?
The foundation of all healing is the Most High within you, and making that divine connection. And I was led to receive it as impeccable listening. I heard intuition earlier. To begin to ask, then to listen, and then to act. And when you do the asking from your highest self, when you then do the listening, you do hear. And then we must not settle back. We must now act. And if we will follow that as a way, a roadmap, we would not be depressed. We would not be wounded. We would not go into relationships that cause us harm. We would not eat ourselves to sleep and wake up and be feeling sick the next day. We would not press down our hurt because we're asking, how, Most High, do I deliver myself from this suffering? How can I get a new life? What do I need to do to liberate myself? Where is my finance? Where is my mate? Where is my life? And so when you make that deep asking, sometimes you have to hit the floor to really ask. And then at that moment you say, now where do I go from here? And you listen, you catch it, and now you get up and you walk. And one of the ways of walking, how I've done it, is through the rites of passage. That is the missing link. I'm so grateful today because today we finally have, after 35 years of the rites of passage of Sacred Woman, that we had 9 girls on the call, 13 to 17. We missed it. We missed that time where we'd be trained by the women.
Yeah.
Trained by the elder men. And when we get that instruction and that guidance early on, we don't suffer because we have a community that we can build from. And so that, to me, is going to help us to stay balanced mentally. We have a community. I need help from you. I need help from my brother. We need help from each other. That's the unity. The unity is in the community. So I give thanks.
Yes, it is. Woo! Anita, you practice spiritual psychology, and you show people how it can help them on a daily basis. How does the intersection of spirituality and mental health come together, and how did you know you were a healer?
Okay, I love that. A few different questions in one. So I think actually it's really interesting because we were talking backstage, and how did I know I was a healer? So for all of my life, I've seen spirits and would hear voices from different realms. And so I thought that I was just strange and weird. And what was happening was that there was this moment in my late teens when I began to hear voices. And the voices were saying things that were very disturbing. And what I realized, because I put myself in a place of asking, right, for guidance. And some of the voices that I would hear, I would realize that I would hear them when I would walk by a person. And so I said, oh, wait a minute. And I'm still a teenager now, so I didn't have the discernment of maybe I shouldn't say anything to them. And so what happened was I would start saying it, right? And I would ask someone, oh, you know, I would tell them what I thought I heard them saying, and they would either get scared or mad, or how did they know? Well, the last person that I said it to, he was smiling and talking to me, and all I could hear was, I don't know where my wife and children are. And so I said, I know you don't know where your wife and children are. And he like grabbed me. He was like, how did you know they're missing? Where are they? And I'm like, it was a very traumatic experience. And so I ran home, I went upstairs, and I just prayed to God. I was like, I don't know if this is supposed to be a gift, but I'm gonna end up in a psych ward if I don't figure this out. And so I prayed, and then I realized, you know, I prayed for guidance, I prayed for community, and all of a sudden I was surrounded by people who understood what I was going through. And I was able to discern the voices, which voices were mine, which were not, right? So I didn't necessarily have to go on meds to numb all of it out, because my intuition was actually speaking to me as well. And so what I ended up doing, I asked for a calmer way for me to use my gifts. I asked God, and I had a dream that I was giving readings, and so that's what happened. From around 17, 18, that's when I started giving readings to people. And what was happening was that people kept coming back without learning anything. It was like they would like to hear, oh, how did I know I'm gonna meet someone whose name means beautiful, right? And I'm like, the reason, I know I'm going off a little bit, but the reason I know these things is because everything has already happened, right? I can't know something that hasn't happened yet. I can't know that. Time is not linear, right? And so what I would try to explain back then, I feel like we're in a world now where people can understand that a little more. But if you imagine a CD, right? I don't know if you guys are old enough to know what a CD is. But the whole album is on the CD, right? But when we put it in, we only hear one part of it, right? And so that's how we're living this existence. We are hearing this one part of it, but that dream that's inside of you, it has already happened. And just like Queen Afua said, if you ask and listen and act, that dream is gonna happen. And so one last thing about spiritual psychology, the well person in spiritual psychology is someone who knows how to love and be loved. That's it.
And it starts with loving yourself first.
That's right.
Which isn't always an easy thing to do. And I actually had a woman come up to me one day after a totally different kind of seminar, and she asked me, you said several times, you know, you love yourself. She said, how do you do that? It broke my heart, but it also woke me up. And Dr. Hankerson, you know, one of the things I wanted to ask you specifically is, how can things like African spiritual practices be incorporated into an individual's mental wellness routine?
Well, I think that we have experts on the stage who can speak to that more eloquently than I could. But what I tell people is when they are dealing with mental health challenges, whether it's depression, whether it's drug use, whether it's post-traumatic stress disorder, or schizophrenia, like you shared, that we need to emphasize a holistic approach.
That's right.
So when I see people that I work with, and when I work with patients in the clinic that I work with in Harlem, I don't start off first talking about medications. First, I start off talking about, how are you sleeping? How are you exercising? How is your diet? How is your nutrition? How is your spiritual life? Do you have a purpose? And then, based on their diagnosis or what they're telling me are their symptoms or their problems, and how severe those problems are, and based on their family background, then we will begin to have a conversation about whether or not we think it's appropriate for them to try medications. And I just want to make this point specifically. You know, the Black community has been harmed by psychiatrists, and I want to be clear about that. The Black community has been harmed by psychiatrists and been harmed by medicine in general. So I tell everyone, when you are meeting with a physician and considering taking medications for any condition, have a very open and honest conversation about what side effects you may experience, about how long you may need to be on that medication, because people tell me, well, I don't want to take medications for the rest of my life. And I tell them, I don't want you to either. And so I think it's very, very important to have a holistic approach to care and have very, very open conversations about if you are deciding to take medications, inform yourself about what side effects may happen, how long you may take those medicines, and have a very open, honest conversation with your physician about that.
Thank you. And Queen, you know, I think I asked a little bit about the holistic approach for you. How does intuition support our mental health? I kind of believe, for me personally, that that's where it starts, with like really hearing my true self voice to be able to work through any of my concerns. So how does intuition play into that?
How does it all, well, thank you, doctor. I totally agree with you. For me, a whole nation, a whole civilization was based on a particular principle. And it's an African principle, and it's called Ma'at. And Ma'at means truth, righteousness, reciprocity, because if you don't get your reciprocity, you're going to get mad, harmony, wellness. So the goal holistically is to become in a state of Ma'at, balanced. So when you're angry, quick to angry. When you're hostile, when you want revenge, when you want to blame, when you want to do everything outside of yourself, that is when you break down. The symbol also represents the heart, and it's a scale. And on one side of the scale is your heart, and the other side is a feather. We're very mystical, powerful beings. We said our hearts, to be whole, must become as light as a feather. So if it's our hearts are heavy about what our mother did, what our father did, doing the best that they could do of what they had to work with, what your previous mate did, what your children did, what your community did, it can make you go crazy unless you can self-reflect. When you have take time, take a pause, I heard that, take a pause to reflect, you say, okay, so that's why I keep attracting that madness in my life.
That's so real.
Right? And when you say, okay, what can I do to shift that madness, because I'm attracting it? Take a detox. Detox what you're saying, detox your thoughts, detox your house, detox your relationship. Let go of what does not serve you to come to your higher self. And then that detoxification, and it's not just you just do it and you're done. It is a way of life. I live a detox life. I've been detoxed for 50 years. I ain't gonna never stop detoxing. Because you get to the truth of it. You get to, which is you get to your power, you get to your blessings, you get to your prosperity, you get to attract healthy relationships, you get to forgive. I want you to forgive all your relations. That's Ma'at. Forgive, because you know what? They also were learning, and they were overcoming, and they were growing. Because once you start to clean up your heart and start to detox your life, you start to raise the frequency.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
Raise the frequency. You know, they're killing us because our frequency is on the lowest frequency. And we're killing ourselves because we're eating dead foods that's at the lowest frequency. That's causing us to attract relationships that are at the what? Lowest frequency. So when we start to live on the highest frequency, plant-based living, holistic living, we start to elevate the frequency. That's why after your 21-day or your season of cleansing, what did you do? You raised the frequency and your life changed. But what we do, we go back to the habits. Don't go backwards. Go forward and continue your cleansing. Heal thyself.
Yes, ma'am. That's right. Yes, ma'am.
Is she right or what?
Yes.
Very much so. We were talking earlier today, and a lot of what was just mentioned here, we kind of discussed more, I guess, and from my perspective, on a personal manner. But what is it that you do that's different from Western medical approaches, and kind of picking up on where Queen left off with your practice and with your clients?
So I speak a lot about decolonizing our minds, our education, the concept even of time, the concept of time being linear, the synthetic linear timing that keeps us all so ill and outside of the present moment. And so I would say that if we were to break down how the Western coaching approach to healing is different from the shamanistic approach, it would be as simple as recognizing from the shamanistic approach that we're whole. Yes. That regardless of gender, we have masculine and feminine energy. Yes. And so when we recognize that, we stop approaching healing from a masculine drive only. And what we start to recognize is that when we bring in the divine feminine into the equation, it's all about just healing the parts of us that are wounded. The only then question that is there is, what needs healing? What needs healing? There was something very significant, Sydney, that you said about not bypassing our emotional bodies. And what happens oftentimes when we're not in sync with our feminine energy and our masculine energy is that we become very desensitized to what we're actually feeling. So desensitized as well because when we're on synthetic timelines, we're made to feel like it's inappropriate to feel our emotions, like feeling our emotions would get in the way of any progress or productivity. When the truth of the matter is that it is our emotional bodies that signal what needs healing. That's right. If it doesn't feel good, we're being triggered. Yes. And if we're being triggered, it's not because life is bad. It's not because poor me. It's because life is pointing to what needs healing. Yes. So much of what needs healing has very little to do with our current lives. It has more to do with the history of colonialization, with a history of ancestral trauma. And so the approach is just wholeness.
Just amen.
Go ahead, Yadi, go ahead.
Well, Anita, you also discuss ancestral trauma in your book, Shallow Waters. Tell us about the book and what you cover in it.
Absolutely. So in Shallow Waters, I work with, for me, Shallow Waters was the healing of my ancestral trauma. And within it, I speak about chattel slavery and going through the Middle Passage and what our ancestors went through as children of the diaspora, right? Us being cut off from our motherland, like I had said before, our mother tongue, all of that, being cut off of that. And with the work that actually Queen Afua does, she connects us back into that, right? Like, because so much of it is within our intuition. It's in our bodies for us to remember. And so what also happens is that our trauma is being passed down. So for me, one of the journeys that I went into was, wait, why whenever I have to do work, like, or if something comes up where the word work comes up, I'm like, ooh, I don't want to do it. Like, oh God, work? And then when I'm doing it, I'm like, this feels really good. This feels really good. And so I actually went on a journey to find out, okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to cuss. The work was because what my ancestors, they had to frickin' work for free all day long. And so I just was like, okay, let me go back into this, because further back than that, we know that our ancestors built civilizations that had our spirituality a part of it, which is another thing with when you think of spiritual psychology, it has the different levels of psychology, but then you add in spirit. And so that's what all of us, right, are saying, is that spirit is already in there. We're not adding it in, we're just remembering. And as we do that, we are remembering our body, putting the members back where it's supposed to be.
Thank you. We only have a few more minutes left, but I want to reach out to each of you, and if you were to reach one person and leave one nugget that changed their lives today, what would that one thing be? And I'm going to start here and go down the line.
You are the moment you choose to be. There's nothing but the now. You are the moment you choose to be. End of story, period.
I love that. So it's, again, taking that moment. So if you are feeling anxiety or fear, taking that moment, take a breath, and ask, and hear. Listen to the answer. And now I know it's to act right after, but that is my thing, to take that moment and ask yourself, because all of the answers are within you.
My daughter's here, and we birthing something together, mother-daughter, and it is my body, my womb. The womb works. There's something that we all have in common as women, and 98% of us have gone through some type of womb trauma, womb drama, womb suffering. And as we begin to reclaim our bodies back as our own healers of ourselves and stay committed to our process of daily healing, body, mind, and spirit, we will overcome. And we will no longer carry pain every month. I remember my pain. It was unbearable. And I said, do I have to live like this every month during my menstrual flow? Do I have to bleed like this? Do I have to clot like this? Do I have to be angry like this? Do I have to be broken like this? So I'm saying to the women who will birth the men and birth the women and birth a new world, it is up to us to heal ourselves fully, completely, and absolutely. And this is a womb healing revolution, and it has begun.
Well, I'd just like to leave everyone with my favorite scripture, which is Romans 12:2, which says, do not conform any longer to the pattern of this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. And I think that everything that we have talked about this day, when we think about Charlemagne using his platform to talk about mental health, when we saw 4 black men hugging each other, all of them talking about going to therapy, when we think about the fear and the shame that we so often associate with mental health conditions, the world may embrace that. But we are at a moment now as a people where we can transform how we think about getting mental health conditions, where we can transform how we talk about our spiritual and emotional lives to our children. And when we do that, we will truly transform our community and transform this world.
Yes, thank you. And before we close, I'm going to encourage all of you to also breathe. But in each and every day, take a moment, even if it's 1 minute, close your eyes and just be still. And allow all of your greatness, all of your gifts, all that you would like to accomplish, all that you have accomplished, all that you are, to be realized within you. I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank Charlemagne for putting this event on, and most of all, I want to thank all of you.
Yes.
Mama Africa, Mama Africa, I'm coming home, I'm coming home. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I'm feeling fine, and I hope you're fine too. Hello, Mama I'm with you, I can't be wrong. If not in May, then you'll see me in June. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I'm feeling fine, and I hope you're fine too. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I hope when you hear these words, your grace turn blue. Grace turn blue. The sweetest things are there to be found. The golden sunshine, the wind that blows around. The fresh vegetation which comes from the earth. Oh, Mama Africa, you make me know what life is worth. Hey, hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I'm feeling fine, and I hope you're fine too. Hello, Mama Africa, how are you? I hope when you hear these words, your grace turn blue. Your grace turn blue, Mama Africa.
Blessed love family, great news from the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We are now enrolling new students for our ongoing international homeschool program. Yes, family, now is the time to contact us to get more information on our African heritage classes as well as our astronomy classes. Let me explain. Our classes are factually and scientifically based, plus designed and prepared for the inquisitive yet tender mind of the child. Classes are sent out daily via the email and will appear in your inbox every Monday to Thursday. Your young ones will receive over 140 classes in a 10-month period. That's an academic year. Interactive, colorful. Your children will love it, and you will be happy that you made that investment in them. But listen to this. We have a very special offer for you, family. This 10-month homeschool program usually goes for $50 per month. But for a limited time, you will pay only $30 per month. And hear this, not $3, but $200 for the full academic year if you decide to take the full year package. This is a worthy investment in your young ones. To enroll today, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com for more information. Also, feel free to ask us for a sample, a free sample of our classes. Once again, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Blessed. Blessed love, my family. It is time to step into the tiger's nest. Join me every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Tiger's Nest. Right here on Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Hosted by the Honorable Priest Isaac. Blessed. Blessed, my family. Do you have your copy of the True Biblical Land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the 3 together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks.
And you will see men as drunken, yet they will not be drunk. But the chastisement of Allah will be severe. Now the word in Arabic that is used here to describe the shock of the hour is a word in Arabic called zalzala, which means originally he put him in a state of commotion or agitation, or he cast terror into his heart by means of war, trial, difficulty, and affliction. The shock of the hour. See, brothers and sisters, you're not going to straighten up on any word from me. Just the better ones of you. You're not going to hear no warning. No. Bush is not going to straighten up. With no preaching, the shock of the hour has to be so powerful that it casts terror into the heart, make you drop to your knees like the oxen that is being laid under burden, force you to pray to whatever God you think you know, make you call it. Of your hair. Who taught you to hate the color of your skin? To get like the white? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. You know, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you?
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. Lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. So that's what I say, we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around. We aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop.
Definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Definitely give thanks for your presence with us even at this moment, even at this hour. As you know, this is the shock of the hour. As we glorify Emperor Haile Selassie I in all doings and saying, give thanks for his presence with us, Father and Mother of creation. Give thanks for King Alpha, Queen Omega at the same time. Of course, you know, this is the moment, the tiger's nest. You are definitely in the tiger's nest, the mystic zone. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. Just, of course, you know, sending forth good vibrations to you, thanking you for being with us. And of course, you know, it's that time, that moment where we carry this to a different dimension. And we are going to, just give me a moment here. Let me pull this up for you. Before we go into the meat of the matter, let us listen to this first.
While piecing together the remains of an ancient civilization, archaeologists in Egypt came across something unexpected. Clay pottery, wine vessels, and colorful jewelry from a city that has not been seen in 3,400 years.
We believe that this golden lost city is the most important discovery after the discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun. I call it golden because it was found in the golden age of Egypt, 1391 BC. I called it lost city because it was lost in Egypt. We believe that this golden lost city is the most important discovery after the discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun. I call it golden because it was found in the golden age of Egypt, 1391 BC. I called it lost city because it was lost. No one really believed that the city could exist here.
And that's Zahi, what's his name? Zahi Hawass. If I'm not, he's an Egyptologist, yes, but he's the former head of the Egyptian Egyptologist department. I think he either came out of retirement for this one. This is recently, my people. This is Al Jazeera news that we're taking this specific clip from. And the announcement of the discovery, really, not necessarily the so-called discovery, but the announcement, because they've been excavating it for a moment, was just a few days ago. And just to give you a proper timeline, I don't know, you may be listening to a recording of this sometime in the future, but this is the 13th day of April, 2021, you know, a Tuesday. And just a few days ago, the weekend that has passed, this report came out, this discovery. In fact, what we are going into this evening, we're going to be talking about the Golden Parade. I'm sure some of you would have seen it online in Egypt, in Kemet. Well, they're really turning the thing into Egypt, I'm telling you, where they had 22 of the ancient Egyptian kings and queens moving from one museum in Cairo to another museum, specifically in another part of Egypt. And that was a big spectacular event just a few nights ago, 2 or 3 nights ago, you know. So we are really keeping up to date with that, but we're going to be getting into that. That's really the meat of the program. But let's continue to hear what Mr. Hawass is saying here.
Years.
We believe that this golden lost city is the most...
So this is a new city now that has been discovered. And he's saying that this is the greatest discovery since the discovery of Tutankhamun. Every discovery is the greatest discovery since Tutankhamun. You know them kind of way there? Yeah, it's like, you know, every basketball player is the best basketball player since Michael Jordan. All of them, Kobe Bryant was the best thing since Michael Jordan. LeBron James is the best since Michael Jordan. Stephen Curry is the best since Michael Jordan. So I guess all these discoveries, they're always the greatest, you know, since the discovery of Tutankhamun. Yeah, man, this is the best rap artist since Rakim. This is the best. I mean, that's how it is. There's always a standard bearer and everyone is always the best compared to the standard bearer. So it's obvious that Tutankhamun is the standard bearer. You're going to hear them find something else. Bet you you find something else sometime down the line, and it's the greatest discovery since Tutankhamun. You want to bet? But we don't bet really.
100 years.
We believe that this golden lost city is the most important discovery after the discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun. I call it golden because it was found in the golden age of Egypt, 1391 BC. I called it lost city because it was lost. No one really believed that the city could exist here.
It's the largest ancient city ever found in Egypt, according to the team.
Hear that. Very important point.
It's the largest ancient city ever found in Egypt, according to the team that discovered it. Several neighborhoods and homes with walls nearly 3 meters high, a bakery, kitchen, and areas for making sandals and sewing clothing, and people who may have worn them. It's believed this is where worship of the sun god Aton began.
So they're saying they believe this is where the worship of the sun god Aton began, and you know who that is credited to. It's obviously Akhenaten himself. But interesting, you know, they found artifacts highlighting the goddess Mut and also Heteru. And so these different artifacts, Heteru is Hathor, these different artifacts which ones do not really align with the age of Akhenaten or the Amarna period, you know, or the Atan. But let's continue to listen to this anyway.
The discovery of this city has given us insight into the daily lives of ancient Egyptians. We've always believed that ancient Egyptian culture was one of death and resurrection, but now we know these details about the lives of the ancient Egyptian.
On the west bank of the Nile River, it's a once-in-a-century finding, dating back to the rule of King Tutankhamun's grandfather. And Egyptologists say they're just getting started. Andrew Chappell, Al Jazeera.
And Tutankhamun's grandfather would have been Amenhotep III. Well, at least this is what Egyptologists believe, because there was once upon a time when he wasn't Tutankhamun's grandfather. But since Akhenaten has now become Tutankhamun's father, because there was a time when he wasn't his father, at least we were not sure, but somehow that's a fact today. So, and since Amenhotep III is the father of Akhenaten, who's Amenhotep IV, then Tutankhamun must be his grandson too. If you follow, I hope you didn't miss that. If you did, you could just listen it again. All right, so as I said, we want to go into the meat of the matter. There's an article I wanted to read, but I ain't gonna read the article. Let us listen to this now. All right.
Egypt. Hail to the kings. Egypt, the majestic, powerful, and captivating ancient civilization. The land of the pharaohs, the mother of the world. Spectators await the much anticipated event on April 3rd, 2021, as the gates of the Egyptian Museum in Tahrir will open to a remarkable golden pharaonic parade.
So that was April 3rd now. This specific parade was April 3rd, 2021. This little documentary came out the eve prior to that, the eve of that, which is the 2nd of April, which is actually, that was the resurrection moment. So April 3rd now, as we would know, is the Earth Day celebrated in certain realms of Empress Menen. And this is a very interesting situation here, because this is a magnificent event in Egypt, where they moved 22 magnificent kings and queens, or Kemetic, giving them for king and queen, or Nesut,
Nesut and Hemet Nesut.
The Nesut and who?
The Hemet Nesut.
And the Hemet Nesut, that's queen, right?
Yeah.
Right. So they had several Nesut and Hemet Nesut. it could be Bete too, or Nesut Bete. Yes, yes. And these are Egyptian pharaohs then. Egyptian pharaohs. We just try not to use the word pharaohs. Where did the word pharaoh come from again? What's the Pata?
Yeah, pharaoh is actually a Greek name.
Okay, fair enough. Right. Okay, right. Yeah, exactly. Give thanks. The pharaoh is a Greek name, but you were teaching me the other evening that it comes from a specific word. Heptata or something. All right, don't worry, it's all right. You will get your own vibes. I'm a student here as it relates to that. So I'm just saying, that this is a magnificent event. I find that it's interesting that it's happening on the Earth Day of Empress Menen. Of course, that will just go under the radar for many of us, but that's deep. And if you saw the full event, well, you wouldn't see the full event unless they maybe have, well, I'm sure it was being streamed live, but there's a lengthy version of it, at least an hour, where you see them driving through the city with the mummies in some decorated carriages, like with the sun disk and the wings, and everything looks Egyptian really, and lights and fireworks and all sorts of spectacular things. Ain't too much social distancing taking place there. Although the ministers now, you see the Prime Minister of Egypt and all the ministers, they are spaced in their seats and all of them have on masks. If you watched the parade, you would notice that everyone else is doing what they do, but the ministers, they all a mask and they're spaced, but the rest of the parade, just like any old thing taking place. I tend to believe it would have been bigger though, to be just, to give it its justice. I think it would have been bigger if the COVID-19 thing wasn't going on. And I must say it was very beautiful. I kind of liked to see it. I really did. I would say I enjoyed it. I liked to see it. I would say I enjoyed, or maybe and it didn't end no joy for sure, but I didn't full joy because there's a underlying sinister theme about all of this that's not pretty at all. And even in this little documentary we're bringing out here, even the narrator with his sly, silly self, sorry, I didn't mean to, well, I meant it, but well, I didn't mean, I loved it because that's what it is. He's trying to attribute our Kemetic anciency to the people that live in Egypt today, the Arabs. In fact, in all of this pomp and splendor, spectacular expression of Egypt and moving pharaohs and this and that, Africa has nothing to do with this. From their point of view, this ain't got nothing to do with me and you. This has nothing to do with the Negroes. You better believe it. And you could hear it even in the undertones of this little thing we're gonna bring forward here, although it's all right. And if you observe that parade, if you go online and watch the parade, you could see that this has nothing to do with the black people of the world. In fact, they go as far as to credit this as being the culture of the people that were there, that are there right now. That's how they push it. For example, we here in the Western world, in the Caribbean islands, and Central America and South America and these places, the history of the, let's say the Indians then, as they call it, the Arabs, the Caribs, the Arawaks, the Tainos, the Siboneyes, the Mayans, the Incas, the Aztecs, and all of that. Although we know, the Olmec had a part to play, but let's just deal with it how we have been taught it. The history of these people here, the Mayan history, the Inca history, the who else? The Aztecs history. That's their history. Even if we may be occupying their space, the people that were here, the Caribs and the Arawaks, that were here, even though we may be occupying their space, we can't just take over their history like if it's ours. We can't find pottery that was made by the Arawaks. We found pottery made by the Arawaks. And then we're going to go act as if it's our pottery and say, well, this is our pottery. Our ancestors made it. No. Give credit to the people that were there before you. But that's not what they're doing. They're giving credit to themselves for keeping the Egyptian culture alive up to today. You see, this is why we push a certain little agenda. Ones may not understand what we are doing, but I'm telling you, if it is a shotgun you have, just use the shotgun to the best of your ability until you have a whole army. And I'm telling you, we don't have no army, it's a shotgun we have. That is why we do essay competitions. Even if it's 30 people enter and only 3 people can get a gift, it's all right. It's a shotgun, but it's working. What that does, it helps to motivate the mind of the child. Those who may have written the essay, some of them ain't going to go back and look at no African nothing, but some of them may have received the spark just because of that. You know, the programs that we do, the homeschool, international homeschool classes that we put out, all of that is to work on the psychology of the mind of the child. You know, so when they grow older and they run up into these kind of things, they can differentiate right from wrong. But if you don't get the kind of training that we are encouraging, when you come across this sort of thing, you're going to look at it and say, wow, these Egyptians are doing such a wonderful job preserving their history. That's what a Negro would say. That's why education is the first step in reparation. Without true education, your psychology is gone. Anyway, let's listen to this. Pardon me, but...
The gates of the Egyptian Museum in Tahrir will open to a remarkable golden pharaonic parade.
So let me just get this quickly. So that's the name of the place, Tahrir. That is where the new museum is. They're opening this new museum. So they're taking these Kemetic kings and queens from ancient Cairo, and there's going to be this, not going to be, there has already been, that was Saturday evening, would have been this great parade going into the new museum. All right.
Beginning in the streets of Cairo with a 21-gun salute in honor of the ancient Egyptian rulers. A once-in-a-lifetime global event when 22 royal celebrities will be gathered in one place and in one procession. The 22 royal mummies will gracefully roam the streets of Cairo, bidding farewell to the Egyptian Museum in Tahrir on 22 cars in a traditional Egyptian style with horses and war chariots. Specially designed for the occasion, each vehicle labeled with the name of its occupant in Arabic, English, and of course hieroglyphic. The royal procession, which will be about 40 minutes long, will extend from Tahrir Square to the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization in the historic city of Fustat. The second royal cache was found in one of the side rooms in the tomb of Amenhotep II in 1898. The 22 royal mummies, 18 kings and 4 queens, date back to the 17th to the 20th dynasties, and are by far the oldest ever witnessed royalties in history.
Roll call coming.
The royal cache was discovered in 1881. The royal mummies being transferred are King Ramses II, King Ramses III, Ramses IV, Ramses the fifth, Ramses the sixth, Ramses the ninth, Thutmose the first, Thutmose the second, Thutmose the third, Thutmose the fourth, Signen-Ra, Hatshepsut, Amenhotep the first, Amenhotep the second, Amenhotep the third, Ahmose Nefertari, Merit Amun, Sittah, Merenptah, Queen T, Seti the first, and Seti the second. They are accompanied by 17 royal coffins. Among the famous mummies are King Thutmose I, who reigned during the 18th dynasty of the New Kingdom. Having ascended to the throne at the age of 40, following the death of Amenhotep I, who left no heir. He was among the many mummies discovered in Deir el-Bahari Cache in 1881. An accomplished military leader, Thutmose I expanded Egypt's grip of the south through successful campaigns of conquest, but he knew how to manage things without violence as well. He opened up new routes for trade and diplomacy with close nations. Thutmose also fathered Queen Hatshepsut, the second ever female pharaoh. King Thutmose II, the son of Thutmose I, and his direct successor, came to the throne by marrying his half-sister Hatshepsut. Having lived only to age 30, his reign was far shorter than that of his father's, and he was soon succeeded by his son Thutmose III. His mummy was also discovered in the Deir el-Bahari Cache. Queen Hatshepsut was the sixth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, one of the few and by far the most successful women to rule Egypt as pharaoh. Her long rule had been a period that flourished with peace and prosperity, filled with magnificent art and many ambitious building projects. Those royal mummies are going to parade the streets of Cairo, declaring that there was a day when their king and queenship reigned the land of Egypt, raising the name of Egypt higher than any other known country in that time. Every Egyptian, whether living in the States, Canada, Australia, Egypt, or in any other corner of the world, ought to be proud of their rich heritage.
You hear that? I wanted to hear what the fella here says. And he's talking about, you know, the agency of Egypt and everything. And he's stressing here that every Egyptian, whether you're living in Australia, Canada, or any place in the world, you should be proud of your heritage. Now, I don't know why they teach Egyptian children in the country they call Egypt today. I don't know if they teach them that they are immigrants or somewhat interlopers really, or they invaded this area of the world. I don't know if they teach them that. I really don't. I know in the United States, to some degree, they teach the children that the pilgrims came here and a little thing about slavery, and at least you have some idea that it didn't all start here. So I don't know exactly what they teach in the Egyptian schools. You know, but the impression I'm getting here is that these people somehow feel that they built all of this stuff that was around them. This is because he is saying now that if you are an Egyptian, he's not talking about me and you. We're the real Egyptians. And I'm using the term Egyptian for conversation's sake, you know what I mean? We're the real Egyptians. So, but when he's saying Egyptians, he ain't talking about us. He's talking about the real Egyptians. You can follow that level of conversation. He's talking about the real gypsies. The Egyptians, yeah. The gypsies, that's what it is. You know, the people, the Arabians that live in Kemet today. Some of them now, and because they've been there a while, they have a good history there. It's not, but not a history that goes as far back as this stuff that they're playing around with. Not even close. They can't even, I mean, that's their history, just a couple 100 years in the land of Kemet. Just a couple 100 years. A few, several generations. Let's say several generations. That's it. That's nothing. The history that they have in their hand here, going back 4,000 years, 5,000 years, claiming pyramid, they got 10,000 years. They were not even a people at that time. Did they come out of the Hindu Kush Mountains yet? Come on, man. And he talking about Egyptians in Canada and Australia must be proud of their heritage. Which heritage? In the Hindu Kush Mountains. No, I mean, this is what I'm saying. But this, now you may be saying I'm hated. No, come on, leave the people, let them enjoy what, and those, yeah. No, you don't understand. See, this is what I'm saying. That is why we push education for children. That's why it's so important to me. Because I know, trust me, I know, I have children here. I know when you grab these young ones early, catch them early, don't let them get away. Don't wait till they're 3 and 4 to try to show them anything. Some people wait till they're teenagers to try to show them something. That's lunacy. Before they come out of the womb, start talk to them. Tell them who's the enemy. Be harsh to. Let them know who's the enemy. Don't be afraid. Let them know, hey, the hyena is your enemy. When they get a little older, maybe if you want to lighten it up and say, well, you know, and whatever your philosophy is, that's up to you. But if you really want them to be on guard, you better teach them early on the dot from the time they begin what the truth is, or else things like this is just going to fly over their head. This is what you talk about, fly overhead. All the Egyptians in Canada and should be proud of their heritage. Imagine that. A heritage that someone else built. A people that has been displaced from this area here. And they are still there, but obviously not in the majority.
In the land of Egypt, raising the name of Egypt higher than any other known country in that time.
Now you see, which is true,
to parade the streets of Cairo,
which is true,
declaring that there was a day when their king and queenship reigned the land of Egypt.
I agree.
Raising the name of Egypt higher than any other known country in that time. Every Egyptian, whether living in the States, Canada, Australia, Egypt, or in any other corner of the world, ought to be proud of their rich heritage.
That ain't got nothing to do there. If the Egyptians he talking, if it's me he talking, okay, thank you, brother. But somehow I don't think he talking about me. And some of the statues that they're highlighting when you watch the parade, like the
Amin-Ra,
yeah,
the hidden one, he's black.
Black. You need to watch the parade, people. All the talking, everything they're showing you, black. You know, so these Egyptians, I mean, again, hey, listen, maybe I'm taking it too far. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is talking about the Africans in the diaspora. But somehow I don't believe so.
There isn't any other civilization that have preserved such grand masterpieces of mummified royalties, and thousands of years later are still maintained and well kept.
Now Now, of course, he's telling that's the truth. Now you see how truth and lie can mix up. He is the truth, he's saying, but he's still lying. He's lying. He's the truth, but he's lying. When you watch National Geographic, Discovery, what's the other one? The History Channel, and they're showing you all these Egyptian documentaries. The only time you might see a documentary highlighting the Egyptian kings being black is when they're highlighting the 25th dynastic period, which is said to be the dynastic period from in the south, from Nubia. That's the only time you might get a little, man, everything was black. The gods of Kemet were dark, charcoal black. And these statues clearly show you that we are dealing with an African people. But because we are so brain scrubbed, and bleached in the brain, these sort of comments just go over our head. And it's sad to see that, because the vast majority of us are hypnotized.
Fitting to ride the chariots for their final resting destination. Egypt comes from the Greek Aegyptos, the Greek pronunciation of the ancient Egyptian name Ha-Ka-Ptah, the name Memphis was known by in 3100 BC, at the time when it was the first capital of ancient Egypt and the pillar of civilization in the known world. The word Coptic came from the Greek term Aegyptos, indicating Christian from Egypt.
And of course now, as I said, this is something I would consider quite moving as well. You know, this is a mystic time going through the earth. That was a very, very interesting movement there, because the third, again, not only Empress Mene, from one museum to the other, but that was the double Sabbath. And that was the same time when we were celebrating the emperor becoming emperor from the 2nd of April, which is the time when Empress Zaditu passed and Haile Selassie became emperor, and Empress Menen became empress. Empress Menen became empress for her earth. They really very interesting. That's some good things that we need to look at. You know? So these people know how to correspond with the cosmics. I know that for sure. So moving these mummies here, these statues, not statues, pardon me, these kings and queens. And listen, that's not no joke thing, you know. That's nothing to play with. We know, we've done programs of the so-called curse and the so-called curse of the mummies. And it's some serious vibration that's happening when you play with these things. And this is not Scooby-Doo. But the reality is to pick up these 22 people really remains and just be moving them from one spot to the other spot. I mean, there's some energy, something taking place in the cosmos. You hear the names that were called Ramesses II, Ramesses III, Ramesses IV, the 5th, the 9th, Tutmos 1, 2, 3, and Hatshepsut, she's in there, as well as all the Amenhoteps, except Amenhotep, or some say Amenophis, the 4th. You have Amenhotep 1, 2, 3. But Amenhotep the 4th, which is Akhenaten, was not there. Amos Nefertari, pardon me, was there as well. Can you imagine that? So that was Seti the First, was there Seti the Second. So these are some of the biggest names of dynastic periods. I'm talking 18th and 19th and some other dynastic period surrounding that involved in this movement. So there's a certain level of energy there. From you understand Kemetic history and culture and heritage, there's a certain melody, a certain level of energy that we are feeling there on that movement there, which was Saturday evening. And again, that's even coinciding with the announcement, not the discovery, the announcement of the discovery of this great city that they found, the largest city that they found, that Mr. Hawass is saying is the greatest discovery since the discovery of Tutankhamun, according to him. So it's good stuff, nice stuff, good information at the same time. And of course, I'm going to encourage you, all you ones that have children, and even if you don't have any children, man, I'm encouraging you to get your family, even if you're the only one in the family, into the International Homeschool program, and this is where you would see the value of it. And I would always stress that if you are serious about your children having some level of respect for their Afrocentricity, yes, again, I know that you are doing a good job. But at the same time, I'm telling you, to be a part of the homeschool program, I mean, there are many, many benefits, but you would always hear me harp on this specific benefit that I'm sure, because I mean, children would be children, that's just reality. But I'm sure they don't have to go through the whole program. Listen to me, I am sure, even if it's a quarter the way they reach, they will have a higher level of respect and appreciation for their Afrocentricity. And that is very important, or else people are going to be running all sort of, as we would say, Makujumi story over them. Continually. Holy Emmanuel eyes, Selassie, Rastafari. I give thanks continually for your presence with us. Wonderful edition of the Shock of the Hour. As we always say here, the Shock of the Hour, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And of course, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies, like what they're trying to run upon us here. That is all around us. Yes, give thanks for your presence, and let me remind you once again, I'm sure you have got the word. We will be hosting the Chalice in our Wonderland, specifically on Saturday evening. Chalice in Wonderland on Saturday evening, and that will be 7 p.m. sharp. Yeah, Holy Emmanuel. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed God.
strong, and he rules us all. Look into the book of life, and you will see that he rules us all. That he rules us all.
You're listening to Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice.
You see a man's face, but you don't see his heart. but you don't know its start. Everywhere you go, there's a man to say love, but never, 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 never take it to heart. For your heart is your heart, and your thoughts is your thoughts. So don't mix love with hatred. For your heart is your heart, and your thoughts is your thoughts. So don't mix love with hatred. You see a man's face, but you don't see his heart. You see a man's face, but you never know his thoughts. Everywhere you go, there's a man to say love, but never, 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 never take it to heart. For your heart is your heart, and your thoughts is your thoughts. So don't mix love with hatred. For your heart is your heart, and your thoughts is your thoughts. So don't mix love with hatred. You see a man's face, but you don't see his heart. You see a man's face, but you never know his thoughts. You see a man's face, but you don't see his heart. You see a man's face. You see a man's face, but you don't see his heart. You see a man's face, but you don't know his thoughts. So don't mix love with hatred. You see a man's face, but you don't see his heart. Don't mix love with hatred. You see a man's face, but you don't see his heart.
Blessed love my family. It is time to step into the tiger's nest. Join me every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Tiger's Nest. Right here on Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Hosted by the Honorable Priest Isaac. Blessed. This is Radio Anu International. Cutting and clearing, renting and tearing. Blessed love family. Great news from the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We are now enrolling new students for our ongoing international homeschool program. Yes, family, now is the time to contact us to get more information on our African heritage classes as well as our astronomy classes. Let me explain. Our classes are factually and scientifically based, plus designed and prepared for the inquisitive yet tender mind of the child. Classes are sent out daily via the email and will appear in your inbox every Monday to Thursday. Your young ones will receive over 140 classes in a 10-month period. That's an academic year. Interactive, colorful. Your children will love it, and you will be happy that you made that investment in them. But listen to this. We have a very special offer for you, family. This 10-month homeschool program usually goes for $50 per month. But for a limited time, you will pay only $30 per month. And hear this, not $300, but $200 for the full academic year if you decide to take the full year package. This is a worthy investment in your young ones. To enroll today, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit the website priestisaacinstitute.com for more information. Also, feel free to ask us for a sample, a free sample of our classes. Once again, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Blessed love. Blessed my family, do you have your copy of the true biblical land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the three together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks.
This is a somewhat forbidding place. It is a vast and swampy wilderness, several 100,000 acres here. You don't let your guard down.
Somewhere here in 1860, the Clotilda came to shore, illegally delivering at least 110 enslaved Africans hidden in its cargo hold. Evidence of a crime, the vessel was burned, scuttled, and never intended to be found.
So I said, okay, nobody's ever looked by 12 Mile Island, and that's where the captain says he burned the thing. I'm going to look by 12 Mile Island. And that made all the difference.
159 years later, river guide and environmental journalist Ben Rains found the wreck.
So this is where Clotilda is sunk, this shoreline right here we're running along.
Today, he's taking Darren Patterson to the secret site for the first time. Darren's ancestors were captives on board. For him, this is difficult.
Man. It's hard to fathom, it's just hard to fathom what they had to go through to survive, to live, you know, to make it. I can't even imagine it. I would love to have put myself in that place though, just to feel what they felt. My son always said, oh, I wouldn't have stood for that, Pop. And I'm like, and what would you have done? What would you have done? Yeah, it's crazy.
It was Descendants that motivated Ben's search. He and his team did a full survey of the shoreline and found 11 wrecks.
Got in the water, checked them out, and at the end of the day, there was only one left that could be Clotilda, and it appeared to be the right size. I had held up pieces of it to the light of day, which turns out to be the first time in 160 years Clotilda had seen the light of day. And so then all the experts came back. It took them 13 months, but last week they verified that we had found Clotilda.
A lot of people said it didn't even exist. We knew it existed.
There are a lot of African Americans who don't know the specifics of their heritage because of the nature of the slave trade. How important is it to you that you can pinpoint it, this exact situation?
It tells me who I am, tells me where I came from.
Last survivor of the slave ship Clotilda, burial landmark of Kerjo Kazula Lewis, died 1935, Plateau, Alabama, Africatown, USA. Last survivor slave ship.
Historians believe Cujo Lewis and the other enslaved Africans trafficked across the Atlantic worked to buy land from their former owners to grow crops and feed their families once they were freed when the Confederacy was defeated. It's a source of great pride for Thelma Mabin Owens and Jocelyn Davis.
I am a direct descendant of Charlie Lewis. Charlie Lewis was one of the survivors of the Clotilda and one of the founders of Union Baptist Church.
With the church and a school, they settled and governed a tiny neighbourhood, a little piece of Africa. There was no way home, so they made a home here.
Do you think there was a real effort to kind of keep the community together and to settle a community here?
Yes, because they were all they had. So they had to stay close together.
A community of pride, a community of love, a community of helping one another.
And it still is?
It still is. At one time, there was over 12,000 people in this community. Now it's down to about 1,800. So we want the community to flourish and be vibrant again like it was once before.
Raising and restoring the remains of the Clotilda and displaying it for visitors may help ease the community's economic woes.
Whatever they can do with it, it will bring tourism to Africatown, and hopefully it can help bring some type of economic growth, and they can help revitalize the area.
How important is it to you that it stays here?
Oh, it's very important that it stays here because that's a part of me. That's a part of me. So I think it's very important that it stays.
The church house Jocelyn's ancestors founded is still the beating heart of Africatown. At its most jubilant during the midweek evening service, a celebration of revival, of youth, and of the future.
They still want to talk about what you used to do and how you used to be or where you used to go. But I want to know, is there anybody that's saying, I'm not in my used to no more, but I'm forgetting those things which are behind me, and I'm pressing towards what's in front of me.
The Clotilda may have finally been found, This community is praying the legacies of their ancestors of resilience and survival were never lost.
The story of the Clotilda, the beginning of it, has long been known, but it's what happens at the end of that story that is still unclear. What happens next? Now, there are many interested parties, federal, state groups and organisations, all thrashing out what is the best next move. And the Descendants are meeting, and they have a voice, obviously, in this process as well, the most important voice. Raising the Clotilda and restoring it, that would obviously require funding to do that. But all of the Descendants, without exception, that we have spoken to in the past days in the rainy Delta, have all told us the same thing, that they want it to stay here, it must stay here, that is non-negotiable. It cannot be taken and put in a museum somewhere else in the USA. To them, it is really important that the historical legacy is preserved, and that's what they really want to see.
Have the voice of niggas crying, who will go and work today? Have the voice of niggas calling. Have the voice of niggas crying, who will go and work today? Fields are white and harvest waiting, who will bear the sheep away. Loud and strong the master call it, rich reward he offer thee. Who will answer gladly saying, ye have eyes and lips and me. If you cannot cross the ocean and as a heathen not explore, you can find the heathens nearer, you can help them at your door. If you cannot give your 1,000, you can give a widow's mite. And the least you do for niggers shall be precious in your sight. You cannot speak like angels, you cannot preach like Paul. You can tell the love of niggers, you can say you live for all. If you cannot rouse the wicked with the judgment, dream alarm, a dread alarm, you can lead little children to the Savior waiting arm. If you cannot be the watchman standing high on Zion wall, pointing out the path to Zion, of a life and peace to all. With your prayer and with your prayers and with your bounties, you can do what Zion demands. You can be like faithful Moses. You can be like faithful Moses, holding up the prophet arms at the Most High. Among the older people, you may not be a part of teach. Feed my lambs, set pride our shepherd, place the food within their reach. And it may be that the children you have led with trembling hands will be found amongst your jewels when you reach the better land. Let none hear the idly saying, there is nothing I can do. While the souls of men are dying, and the master calls on you, take and the master calls for you. Take the task he gives you gladly, let his work your pleasure be. Answer quickly when he called, here am I, send me, said most times. Last year, anyone know the same get freely join you in one harmonious accord, the man who don't know? Okay, listen, clap hands, and anyone can join in one harmonious accord. Hymn 27 from the Black Pride Salvation Hymnal. Hymn 30 from the Sacred Songs and Solo. The voice of niggers crying.
listening to Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice.
What you wanted us to be. We are what we are. That's the way it's going to be. If you don't know, you can't educate us or no equal opportunity. Talking about my freedom. People freedom and liberty. Yeah, we've been shouting on the wine press much too long. Rebel, rebel. Yes, we've been trying on the wine press much too long. Rebel, rebel. Babylon. Sucking the children day by day. Yeah, me say the Babylon system is the vampire, falling empire, sucking the blood of the sufferer. Look out now, they're sucking the blood of the sufferers. Yeah. Tell the children the truth. Tell the children the truth. Tell the children the truth right now. Come on in. Tell the children the truth. 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 Come on and tell the children the truth. Cause we've been trying on your wine press much too long. Rebel, rebel now. And we've been taken for granted much too long. Rebel, rebel now. Tried it on your wine press. Got to rebel, y'all. We've been trying it on the wine press much too long. Yeah, 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 yeah. From the very day we left the doors of our father's land, we've been trampled on.
Hermela Aragawi and Simon Tesfamariam are two prominent voices drawing attention to the West's destabilization campaign in Ethiopia. Their organizational account, Horn of Africa Hub, was recently suspended by Twitter, as was Simon's personal account. They joined Breakthrough News to speak out about this blatant act of censorship.
So I woke up at approximately 5 a.m. this morning and got a bunch of text messages saying that my account was suspended. And so I decided to look into it. And basically what I found was that every single account under my name on my phone on Twitter was suspended. This includes accounts that I don't even use, just backup accounts. And, I looked into it even further, went to the email accounts and tried to access through there on my laptop, and same thing, all the accounts were down. So basically, I was given no warning. There was no explanation as to why the accounts were taken down. And it seems like this was something that, targeted me from like a network perspective, maybe using a network analysis where they tried to suspend me as a person.
Yeah, and what I would add to that is there is some indication that there may be at least one employee within Twitter that is misusing their position to flag some of these accounts. And so one of the things that we have to ask is who is within institutions that is actually acting unethically that makes these kind of things possible. We know that a lot of companies in general are not all one people or one voice. There's usually people within that try to do the right thing and people within that don't. So I think that that's something that we just have to look into. It doesn't seem like there's a coincidence. There's also a little bit more of information I do know. I don't feel comfortable with sharing at the moment, but that's an indication that we're getting that is backed up by some data.
What do you think are the politics behind the Twitter suspensions, and why now?
When we look into the reasons as to why the suspensions are happening at this current moment, we believe that it's likely because of the fact that this is connected to the No More campaign, which was initiated at the start of this month on November 1st. Because initially, right afterward, what we saw was that a bunch of accounts were taken down. In the dozens, I would say, potentially more. But what ended up happening was that there was a response by Twitter by their, I believe it was their UL
Roth,
the name
yeah.
escapes me. UL Roth.
UL Roth, yeah, head of site integrity, I believe it was.
Exactly. And this individual stated that they were going to shut down trends in all of Ethiopia. And we saw some very abnormal behavior where sometimes the No More would rise to the top, sometimes No More would fall to the bottom. And what this suggests is that from the very beginning, that there was censorship from Twitter. And so what we see is this is part of a second wave of censorship, a crackdown on activists who are vocal, who are speaking up, just people that are trying to get information and asking questions about a narrative that was started a year ago about the war in the northern part of Ethiopia, specifically the hashtag Tigray genocide. And so asking questions through the use of another hashtag, No More, apparently is a problem. And in fact, maybe Hermela can tell you a little bit more about what exactly No More is about.
Yeah, hashtag No More is not controversial. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of people around the world are participating, not just Ethiopians and Eritreans. It's this sense that there are all these wars that happen that could be avoided when you really look at what led up to them. A lot of that has to do with false narratives leading up to the war, during the war, that fuel those conflicts. And there's a lot of countries that have been a victim of that, a lot of people, a lot of communities that have been a victim of that sort of approach. So it's really on behalf of peace. It's not against anybody, including Tigrayan Ethiopians. It's not even against any of the what appear to be pro-TPLF activists. I mean, we respect their right to say what they're saying, even though we believe a lot of it's not founded on evidence and has been debunked since the narrative was launched the same time as the war. But, when you're really shutting down accounts, I think there has to be a careful consideration of what exactly you're shutting down. You need to understand the context of that conversation. And on a more optimistic approach, my hope is that as Twitter learns a little bit more about context, since much of the conversation was dominated by the hashtag #ToGrowGenocide folks for much of the year, as they learn more about context, as they look into their employees to see if there is some issues of ethics happening, then they will start to correct these actions. So we'll see. Time will tell. But at this point, I'm just giving the company a chance to really figure it out, to do their research, to find the context, and to look into their own employees to see why these kind of things are happening.
What are some of the recent successes of the online #NoMore campaign?
The No More campaign, we can say, is probably one of the most robust and most active hashtags on the African continent, currently, and as far back as I can think of, honestly. We have active participation from hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people on a daily basis. And we have yet to do, the full and thorough data analysis, but we know that we're making an impact and getting our voices heard, to the point where, you have the Senate Foreign Relations Committee almost trolling us on Twitter, saying things like "do more" as a counter response to "no more." And honestly, we're not looking to antagonize the U.S. state. We simply are, proponents of peace, that we want to push for peace in the region. And I want to make it clear that this isn't just about Ethiopia. This is about the Horn of Africa. We were organizing around Horn of Africa Hub. And beyond that, we moved to the broader African region, the African continent, and the global community, connecting with similar struggles in the world. People that are fighting for against exploitation and justice. Again, we're not looking to have a hard line of antagonism against the U.S. state or any Western governments or any governments whatsoever. We just want to push for peace. TPLF, which started the war about a year ago, this time, what they did was they attacked the Northern Command in what was largely considered a terrorist act, not that different than 9/11 on a, I should say, smaller scale. But to be honest with you, thousands died in this attack, and so for the Ethiopian people, the people of the Horn of Africa and the broader African region, this is something that is, an attack on sovereignty, an attack on, the state, and the integrity of the government. And so we are pushing for peace, and that's what this movement is about. Maybe Hermela can tell you a little bit more about some of the gains and the successes that we've experienced so far when it comes to the No More hashtag.
Yeah, I think Simon has touched on this a little bit, but the fact that the hashtag No More movement went beyond the Ethiopian, Eritrean, and even the Horn of Africa scope and did that so quickly, I think is a testament to how strong the message is. It didn't take that much time or that much of an explanation for people to immediately recognize what we meant by No More and then connect it to their own particular experiences, to their own native countries or the countries in which they live in. So I think that is an amazing thing. As a journalist, for a long time, I have found that activism tends to be very insular. Something's happened to one community, that community goes out. Rarely does it cross over. And I think that's the weakness in some activism and protests. And so this is the opposite is true. It really is a crossover. It doesn't leave out anyone in terms of identity. It's really more of a value-centered activism. So I think that's something that we can build on to bridge with other communities so that the message can be advanced.
What is your message to those who follow you and want to help?
I know there are a lot of people out there right now wondering what to do after so many accounts have been taken down, and we expect more to get taken down, with the way the climate is at the current moment. But I think we need to show those who are censoring us that we will not remain silent, that these tactics are part of intimidation and will not make us give up. We have a mission that is to say no more to the interventionist policies of the United States and other governments. We were saying no more to terrorism by TPLF upon the Ethiopian people and the people of the Horn of Africa. We're saying no more to sanctions against